This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is announcing that next week, over 3,500 acres of federal coal reserves in the Powder River Basin across Campbell and Converse counties will be auctioned off. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that this is the first major Wyoming coal lease sale in a decade.
The Bureau is expecting that there's going to be up to 365 million tons of coal available in that area. One coal expert told me they feel that this issue is going to completely turn around the state of Wyoming's economy and help us continue to stay competitive in a landscape that continues to demand more and more of our energy producers.
The agency said it will accept no less than $100 per acre for the coal, but hopes to only improve the highest cash bid that meets or exceeds fair market value. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple of hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double-checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. A person fatally shot Tuesday morning in Fort Collins, Colorado, was an airman serving at Cheyenne's F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this marks a troubling trend involving personnel from the base.
There have been at least 4 gunshot incidents resulting in injury or deaths and involving Wyoming-based airmen this year. In March, there was the incident where they were shooting targets and they shot a Verizon cell phone tower worker. And then this summer, there was a fatality that was initially implicating a problematic gun, but then a person was arrested on suspicion of manslaughter for that. And then there was a shooting off base that resulted in a death, allegedly. And now the Fort Collins case of an airman dying in a gunshot incident Tuesday.
The man who died was an airman, and the second person was not, so says 90th Missile Wing Public Affairs Officer Lieutenant Reagan Lockhart. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
And a big battle is coming in 2026 between all the states in America. The battle is for attention, and the stakes for tourism are high. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that since next year is America's 250th birthday, many Americans will be looking for a one-of-a-kind experience, and Wyoming is gearing up to offer some of the best.
Wyoming is advantaged in so many ways when it comes to the 250th celebration year. Americans are going to be seeking out iconic, once-in-a-lifetime experiences for this occasion. Millions of dollars are going to be spent. I think Wyoming has a great chance to collar a huge slice of that American pie because, look, our history here is just so bound up in the formation of America, the westward expansion. When it comes to American iconic history, Wyoming has it. Across the state, every community is planning something. I think Buffalo Bill Center of the West told me they're going to have a documentary that's through the eyes of the buffalo, so you can see what the state was like in 1776. So I think we have a great chance to capture huge economic benefit from the tourism if we approach it right.
Meanwhile, every state already has an America 250 committee working on plans to deliver unique experiences that showcase the nation's history. It's shaping up to be a great birthday in July of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning. It is 6:05 and you're with Cowboy State Daily Radio. And John Baggett in the Bags studio. Your buddy Bags here. Got an interesting lineup today. I'll get to that here in a second. But let's check weather. We've got a system coming through. Don Day weather forecast. Wyoming's weatherman Don Day says we have a chance of rain. Breezy in much of Wyoming today, with snow possible in some areas overnight. Cooler with highs from near 50 to the mid-70s and lows from near 30 to the mid-40s. Casper right now is partly cloudy, 54 degrees, rain likely there, as well as in Glen Rock, partly cloudy and 51 down there. Kemmerer, Wyoming, where my beautiful wife, Deborah, was brought into this world. Kemmerer, it's partly cloudy and 43 degrees with rain near certain, Don Day says. Afton, rain, right now thunder showers, 47 degrees. And let's see, it's quickly. Jackson, it's raining, cloudy, 46. And rain near certain in Cody today, high of 50. Sheridan, right now, it's partly cloudy and 49 degrees. Okay. Well, some high profile, highly accomplished, highly motivational guests on Cowboy State Daily Radio this morning. First off, I'm going to hop into the Zoom room here. Wendy, if you're there, you can turn your mic on and your camera if you can, so that we can see you. I can hear you. I just can't see you.
I know, and I'm trying to turn my camera on, but it's not coming on.
Hey, if we got to do this with just my fat face on the screen here, but I've got pictures of you. So those of you who are streaming, you're going to get a treat because I have pictures of you in action-packed pictures of you, Wendy. So yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I've got me in there. But we don't have you yet. So if it doesn't happen, it's going to be an interview without your pretty face on the screen. Like I said, I can always bring up some of these photos that I have of you while we speak. So that's okay. So I'm not even going to let that distract us. So Wendy Greeno, welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Where are you on God's green planet right now?
Well, I'm in Recluse right now.
You're busy. I know I've kind of, twisted your arm because you are a rancher in a ranching family, and this is a busy time of year, especially with this weather front coming in. So what were you up to this morning before I rudely interrupted?
Well, this morning we haven't really gotten anything started yet, but this week was just kind of a crazy week because we shipped our calves. So we gathered on Wednesday and got everything worked and shipped, and they went to the sale on Thursday. So then I was kind of playing catch up with real estate Thursday and Friday. So that's what we've been doing this week.
Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, the life of a ranching family, it's nonstop. So, but typically you're up this early anyway, I'd gather.
Yes. This is pretty normal.
So I don't mind. I do a lot of agriculture topics here in the 6 a.m. hour. Because of that. And this, I guess it's related. I describe you, Wendy. First of all, we're coworkers and friends. So we'll just full disclosure. We know each other. So you're one of the reasons I'm bothering you again this morning and bringing you here to my guests on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday morning is I'm just impressed with rodeo, number one, and cowboys in rodeo, but also cowgirls and barrel racing. I'm going to be up front with you. Way back, I don't know if I appreciated barrel racing as much as I should have. As I've grown older, the more I watch it and the more involved I am with, we have a few horses ourselves now. My wife loves to ride, nothing competitive at all, but and we're teaching some of our nieces, nephews, and our goddaughter, most recently, how to ride. And so the more involved with that I've become, the more interested I have, and now I'm a fan legitimately for barrel racing. So barrel racing was what caught my attention and why I got in touch with you. But you're also a businesswoman. Your partner's in a company called Stopwatch Performance Horses. I want to get a little bit about that, if you don't mind explaining what that's all about. And also, you're a real estate agent with Century 21 BHJ in Buffalo. That's how we met. I'm here in Sheridan. So here's a woman who knows the region quite well in the business of real estate. So we will talk about that, you and I, a little bit later. But first, a little bit about you. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning.
Where are you originally from, and a little bit maybe about you and your family?
So I'm originally from Buffalo. I was born and raised on a ranch between Buffalo and Gillette. We were about 27 miles out of town. And that was my great-grandparents had homesteaded that property. So that's where I had the privilege of growing up. And then when I was, I think 13, my family moved to Texas and bought a ranch. So I spent my junior high and high school years in college in Texas. I would come back in the summer times. And then as soon as I graduated from college, I actually did my internship in Gillette with the 4-H agent. And then right as soon as I graduated college, I moved back to Wyoming.
So, family, I've got a beautiful picture of a black and white one of a woman. Looks like she's loosening her saddle, getting it ready to ride. And is that someone related to you?
So that is actually my husband's family. You've probably heard of the Riding Greenos.
Yes.
He has a very famous family background. And so when you're talking about rodeo and all those things, he had 2 aunts that were very, very famous saddle bronc riders. They were trick riders. They are in the Cowboy Hall of Fame. They've done everything cowboy you can think of. So there's 2 pictures of Alice and Marge Greeno.
Well, as I mentioned to our audience, so we're twofold here. This is multimedia, Wendy. We're both streaming. We're on, of course, our website at cowboystatedaily.com. There's a radio drop down if you get there, and that's where you'll find me and usually Jake Nichols during the week. We're also on YouTube. In fact, it's on in my living room right now. I make sure that I'm on the air. Go in there and see my big screen face there. YouTube, Facebook Live, and X Live. But we're also broadcasting 5. I think we're up to 5 Wyoming radio stations, soon to be more, as I understand. It's really kind of getting the word out that Cowboy State Daily is doing morning radio here related to Cowboy State Daily, the newsletter. So some people can hear us, Wendy, and some people can see us on the stream, but today it's just me they see. But just for your information, I got already have popped up a shot of you rounding a barrel on a beautiful horse, and we'll get into that a little bit here. But I did want to step back a little bit and talk about where this all began. So let me just say this. I read an article, Wendy, I don't know if I shared it with you when I invited you on to Cowboy State Daily Radio about women and horses. Okay, that's where this started and was generated, and there's just a relationship there that maybe is different. Maybe it's different. That's why you're here, is to give me some insight that the relationship women have with horses. It was really interesting. And again, as family of ours gets more and more into the equestrian sports, I've become more interested. So that's what generated a lot of my curiosity. But where did you get your start? I'm assuming quite young. Somebody put you up in the saddle.
Yes. As soon as we were old enough to be put on a horse, you know, we would go help our parents gather cows and move cows all day. There's lots and lots of stories of me falling asleep all the time. They'd put me on a horse that was very reliable, and there was a lot of times when we'd be gathering cows and I'm supposed to be helping hold herd, and my horse would be turned around and headed back to the barn because I'd fallen asleep. So I was probably 3 years old at that time. Um, and I started running barrels, as little as 4. I have pictures of me running barrels. So we definitely got started at a young age.
Oh, yeah. I see that a lot. I've got friends and family who ranch here in Wyoming. Here's the little background I have as a ranch hand, at first with the Medicine Bow Ranch Company down in near Medicine Bow, Wyoming. And then I did also lived in the bunkhouse for King's Brothers Ranch here between Sheridan and Story. The King's Brothers Ranch used to be out there. I think they sold that. But did some ranch hand work, and it was funny because I was living in that bunkhouse, just real close to the Bighorn Y. For those of you listening to us around the state and around the region, Wendy and I know what we're talking about. Anyway, I would drive in. They were kind enough to allow me to come in at night and do a radio show, sit behind a microphone here at KROE, the FM side. It was FM 94 back in those days. And I'd come in after, stacking hay all day and pounding post holes and, cleaning out ditches and scooping up horse poop. I would come in and sit behind a microphone and talk about music. And that contrast, after that hard work all day, and then just sitting there behind a microphone and getting paid to do it. In those days, they had paid internships, if you can believe it or not. And that was when I decided I didn't want to work that hard. I'm available to help every once in a while. That goes for you too, Wendy. But full-time, man, you guys just have so much respect for the agriculture, farming, and ranching communities, and how hard all y'all are working every day. It really is inspirational. So with that said, that's some brown nosing right there. But I would ask you, Wendy, what's your inspiration? Who was your inspiration? Did you have someone in your life, or was it just obvious that your folks, you too, watching them do what they do and you following in their footsteps?
Oh, I think there's lots of inspirations. My dad's been a huge inspiration just because he had a rodeo background and then training horses. That's something I've just kind of done with him growing up and continued to do. There's obviously lots of barrel horse trainers that have been a big inspiration I've looked up to. I had the privilege of working for Judy Millimacki for a while in Montana, and that was a cool experience. I went with her to do workshops. We went to Canada, Washington State, Montana, South Dakota, traveled a lot with her. And like Lynn Core, she's a great friend. She's in Gillette, trains barrel horses. So there's a lot of different people. Jan Fisher, she's another local name that people will know, that I've looked up to ever since I was a kid.
So just, if you don't mind, I mean, we have listeners obviously here in Wyoming and the, the West, and folks who are into the cowboy lifestyle understand barrel racing. But there's folks the stream gets us all over. I know I have family and friends who live on the East Coast, and they see me all the time posting, pictures and videos at rodeos and so forth, many times, of barrel racing. But so for somebody who doesn't know, they're listening, and they have probably seen it, but really don't understand it. And so I'm going to let you, a barrel racer, describe what barrel racing is, and maybe some of the thrill that comes with it.
Okay. So it's a rodeo event. It's a professional rodeo event. There's a lot of just barrel racing events that are standalone, separate from rodeo, like the barrel futurities where you're training horses. It's a simple cloverleaf pattern, if you want to know that. we make it extremely complicated when you start training. There's a lot of different techniques. You wouldn't think it was as difficult as we probably make it. But when you're talking about getting times within 1/100th of a second,
Right.
you have to be as precise as you can.
I have a curiosity right there, and I want to get some more of that description from you. But what's going on behind the chutes that we don't get to see? You know, there's the gate, and you see the barrier, which is usually a rope or string there, and we don't see anything, and then all of a sudden, bam, boom, out comes this beautiful lady on this gorgeous horse, and she's flying. What are you guys doing back there behind the chutes? Just, wringing your hands in anticipation? What's going on back there?
Well, there's actually a lot going on. That kind of takes me back to the Sheridan Wild Rodeo this year.
Uh-huh.
I was running a horse that she really hasn't been in the rodeo scene much at all, and definitely not a big production like that. So it was new for her. And at the Sheridan Wild Rodeos, like you have the Indian relay races. It's loud. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of action going on. So there's a lot to just keeping your horse quiet and calm through all that.
That was kind of where I was going, because there's so much activity back there, and other horses, and horses, for folks maybe who aren't around them much, and I'm not around them a whole lot, but and I know some folks don't like you comparing them to dogs, but I'm going to do it here only because when people who own dogs like I do, when you get around other dogs, they tend to let's just say recognize each other, and so there's some of that. These are animals, not machines. And there's probably some rivalries back there, and some, who's boss happening behind the scenes there. Does that happen?
Oh, I don't know that that's so much. You kind of have your space in most cases, and especially like in big outdoor arenas you do. But it's more of just keeping your horse prepared and like keeping their mind focused on what they're doing, because there's a lot of distractions.
Right.
And so like in that situation at the Wild Rodeo, I just stayed off of her and hand walked her as much as I could to keep her quiet. And then I just got on at the last minute. And then there's an alleyway in the back that you line up as one person's coming out, then you're headed up and headed in.
So we got a break here, and when we come back, I'm assuming a lot here, and that's you're going to fill me in where I'm missing the mark, that there's a lot of training going on. And again, I want to emphasize this, thinking about a woman riding a horse, but these horses are flying. I mean, these are athletes, these horses. They're probably not the general horses that a lot of folks could ride, which they're great too. These are athletes, and likely there's a reason that horse belongs to you. He's a competitor. And so I wanted to hear a little bit about the training that is involved and stuff that you do that probably we would never see. So we'll be back here in just a moment. This is Wendy Greedo. She's a friend of mine. She's a barrel racer, businesswoman, and we're going to talk about all kinds of things here, but barrel racing up next here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday, October the 4th. Man, it's October. It's hunting season. Been up in the mountains a lot. And the hunters are up there. I'll be joining you guys here eventually this month. And yes, I mentioned earlier some weather moving in, especially you hunters in the high country. Pay attention. That chance of rain today in the low country is very likely to be snow in the high country. Be prepared. Might have the chains set to go. And just know it's going to be a little bit breezy in Wyoming as well, and that can be a problem when it's snowing with drifting, etc. And the highs near 50, or highs near 70, lows in the 30s, depending on your elevation, I suppose. Great shot of you, Wendy, in our Zoom room, which we're having a camera problem. I think it's at your end because I checked out mine, on my other computer to see if I was there in the Zoom room, and I was. But it doesn't even really matter because I got these great shots. Thanks for sending some. I keep hitting the wrong button there. That's me turning the music down. See, Wendy, it's just me, your buddy Bags, doing Cowboy State Daily Radio in the morning. Thanks for tuning in and joining me this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You betcha. Well, before we went to the break, I mentioned I'm assuming a lot of training is involved. So what does that involve, and where do you do it?
So the training's a huge process. Like I'm also involved like in futurities, which is an aged event competition. You can run your horse as a 4-year-old or as a 5-year-old. Mm-hmm. So obviously you get your horses broke to ride, lightly start them on the barrels as a 3 and a 4-year-old, and then compete as a 5-year-old is what I do. So it's a very long process, but a lot of slow work goes into it. And then you're seasoning and hauling them to different arenas to get them used to just different environments.
Boy, I wish those just listening to us on our broadcast can't see this beautiful picture of Stacy Ellenwood. I think she's a professional photographer, correct?
She is, yes.
Oh, man, did she take some cool shots of you. It's, think about a dragster. And because I used to live in Colorado, very near Bandimere Speedway, and when a dragster would take off, it would go back on its. They had wheelie rollers to keep it from going over backwards. There's a shot of you where the horse, beautiful bay, looks like. What's that horse's name?
I think the one you're looking at is Corona.
Corona, and
Yeah.
you're wearing an orange shirt, and
Yes.
Stacy Ellenwood took this shot, and it's almost like a dragster. Corona is taking off, man, and you're hanging on, and and you've got to be trained to be able to ride like that. Incredible. So and it. Which brings me to the point. Maybe I'm cutting in here, but it seems like this is a perfect segue. So I mentioned earlier when we first came on the air with Wendy that I stumbled across an article that was talking about women and horses. And I'm going to go with cowgirls and horses. And in this case, because Wendy is a professional barrel racer, and I termed it when I sent you my the topics this morning, I call it girl power. Because here's the observation, and again, I think I'm the right guy to ask these questions because I don't know that much about it, and there'll be other people here who don't as well. And so to see a woman in control, and in my case, little girls now in our family controlling such a huge animal. And Wendy, we're friends, so I know how a big a human being you are, and it's not a whole lot. No offense, and I mean that you look athletic and so on, but you're not a huge person, and that's a huge animal. What do you think about psychiatrists and the people that write these kinds of books? Are they accurate? Is there some empowerment that comes along with being able to control such a remarkable, impressive, big animal?
Oh, absolutely. And I guess it's, not really necessarily controlling them, but having a partnership or a working relationship with your horse. But it just shows that you can't control them by your size or, your strength, because they definitely can overpower any of us. And like little kids, like you said, you see all these little kids on these huge giant horses. But it's really about leadership, and they want to be with you, and they're looking for a leader. And if you kind of show them a way, then they want to go with you. So it's really just a partnership with them.
Well, it's funny because I am a big human, and I do ride a big horse, much to the chagrin of Gunner, and yet I don't always have control, and that I do understand it's a lack of training on my part, and I don't ride enough to really get it down. But there seems to be, I've seen videos of just the way some women, and I'm being very, very general here. I get that. They just seem like their relationship with the horse is, very partnership, as you described, a friendship. It's very interesting to watch to me.
Yes, I think there's, I don't know that it's really a gender thing. Honestly, I think it's more of just understanding a horse. And like I said, we're not big enough to control them. So you have to have tactics and I guess just learn how to work with them to where that they want to go with you.
And you mentioned Cinnamon, one of your horses. Do you have other horses, and do all of them compete?
All of them will eventually compete. They're not all at the age to compete yet. I have 2 3-year-olds right now that are just kind of being ranched on. And I like to get a good start on them before I take them to the arena. They've started doing a little bit of barrel racing training, but not very much. And then I have a 4-year-old. His name's Herbie, just like the car. He is
the love bug.
Yes, he's a love bug. I'm actually breakawaying on him, so that's kind of a new venture. That's something I haven't done since college, but I decided it was something I wanted to do with him, so we just started that.
Well, it's one of the commands we use is, whoa, we got to stop right there and talk about breakaway roping real quick, just a description of what that is.
So that is just like calf roping. You just you rope a calf out of the chute, and then it just breaks away. When it comes around their neck, it breaks away from the horn of the saddle.
Another timed event.
Yes.
You bet. And that, too, many times is in the rodeo. If you ever get to one, to folks who don't live out here, you're missing out. It's one of the best times of the year is rodeo season around here. Getting back to the relationship with horses. So do you have different relationship with each of those horses? I know they all have personalities, that's for sure.
Oh, yes. I think the more time you spend with one, the bigger your relationship grows. Because like my older horse, she's 11. I definitely have the biggest bond with her just because I've known her since she was a yearling. So I've had the most time with her. And then like my 3-year-olds, I don't have the same bond with them just because I haven't spent as much time with them yet.
And so these, the younger they are they usually a little bit more difficult to control? And is it just a matter of training? Gotcha. That makes sense. Well, I feel like that you must have a good relationship with your horses, especially the ones that you compete on. And there's probably a comfort level. There's this one shot here I have of you coming around a barrel. I'm going to put it back up on the screen again. I apologize to those who are listening but not streaming. Just remember, we archive every one of our shows. So if you're listening, driving, hearing this, and wondering what I'm talking about and looking at, you can go to cowboystatedaily.com and bring down the radio drop down, and then there'll be my fat face, and you'll know it's my show, and you can listen to the entire thing and watch it, and you can see, because I have this beautiful shot of you. And again, I think it's Cinnamon, but you're behind a barrel. Cinnamon he's got his legs are wrapped all the way down to the hoofs, and I think I commented on this picture before with you and sent it to you. This is before I even asked you to be on the show. You both have this, and I mean this very kindly, have the same expression on your face as you're coming around that barrel. Is that terrible? But hey, why the long face? There's the old joke, right? No, I'm serious. If you could see it, the horse has got his eyeball on that barrel, and so do you up in this saddle. That horse he recognizes that Cinnamon knows he's in a competition, doesn't he?
Yes,
That's
was.
Cool. That's so cool. Just the thought of that.
So that was a stud that my parents had actually raised, and we lost him a couple years ago. That's actually a pretty old picture. That was from 2010, and Stacy Ellenwood had taken photos. We did a barrel racing series in Buffalo in 2010 with stopwatch performance horses. And he was just a 5-year-old in that photo, and he was a serious competitor. Like, he knew when he did good, or if I tipped a barrel or did something wrong, you could actually tell. Like, you could just tell when you were done competing and leading him back to the trailer. But he was very competitive.
It makes sense. Again, that picture kind of illustrates that you're both intensely focused on there. And I've got a little bit newer one up here too, and this is a lighter colored horse, and it could be the lighting. And it looks like you're going around the barrel the other way. So,
yeah.
And do you switch off when you go? There are times, or do you do the same pattern every time?
So some horses will go to the left barrel first versus the right, but in that situation, I think Corona was on the third barrel, so he was making a left-hand turn, and I think the picture you're looking at is Dewey, and she's at the first barrel, so she's making a right-hand turn. And it's funny because the second picture, Dewey, that's actually a daughter of the stallion I was talking about, Corona.
Oh,
so that's one of his babies.
Very cool. And so I don't know, because Dewey's not white. What
She's
color?
a buckskin.
Buckskin, yes.
Yep.
I was searching for the words.
Yeah, they're both buckskins. Corona was just a little bit darker, so it looks different, but he was a buckskin also.
You bet. Before we go to break, I was going to ask you about maybe your heroes in rodeo and barrel racing, because I do have mine in rodeo, and usually they're more into the bull riding, saddle bronc, etc. And except for now, Wendy Greeno in barrel racing for me. So how about you? Who are some of your faves?
I included the Martin Alice Greeno pictures just because they just have a very, very cool story. But then, like in today's rodeo world, Cassie Mowry's huge. She actually college rodeoed at the same time I did in Texas. And so it was fun to watch her go. Like, she made her first NFR qualification, I think the year after we were in college. And then she's gone on to be a huge icon in rodeo. So it's fun to watch her.
You bet. Any of the current professionals, both cowboys and cowgirls, that are faves of yours?
Cassie's going to the NFR again this year, and she has a huge lead in the world standings. So she's probably one of my favorite to watch. Lisa Lockhart, she's a favorite, being from South Dakota for sure. So yeah, those are some of the favorites, I guess.
You bet. Okay, we'll go to the break here. We come back. I want to talk about your business, the business of stopwatch performance horses. And I do have a shot of you with a young man and a sheared sheep, and it looks like fair time too. So family, friends that you participate in 4-H and other activities?
So that's probably from the stock show at the county fair in Buffalo. And that would have been through Century 21. We purchased the lamb at the stock sale.
That's right. You bet. I just didn't have it low enough that I could see the logo up there. But you bet. Okay, so I am going to do our last break. When we get back, let's talk about your business life, both with your company that you're partners with, and that's Stopwatch Performance Horses. And you're also a real estate agent with Century 21 BHJ. You're there in the Buffalo office, as I'm here in the Sheridan office. And we'll talk about that and how you work all that into your lifestyle. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday morning. It's October the 4th. It's supposed to rain and high country snow this weekend, so be prepared. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Hey, Wendy, I've got my very cowboy sounding bumper right here. In the Zoom room, vocally, if not visually, is Wendy Greeno, good friend and competitor barrel racing at rodeo. And Wendy, when I said we're getting, I want to hang off a little bit longer on the business aspect of your life, because I had a couple more questions regarding rodeo. Where are some of the competitions that you've competed in barrel racing?
Well, the biggest competition really was my college years, which was a long time ago now. But I did have the privilege of going one summer with Kelly Mabin. She qualified for the NFR in 2004 and 2006, or through 2006. And one summer I was actually able to travel with her. We went to Cheyenne, Reno, Greeley, all those big summer rodeos. So I had the privilege of going and competing and traveling with her.
You bet. And so successes, there are you sporting some belt buckles that maybe you've earned somewhere?
Yes. Again, high school and college was kind of the bigger time of my rodeo career. I think one of the funner memories was winning the all-around saddle at the Odessa College Rodeo.
Yeah.
That was kind of a big win, just with multiple events and different horses.
Do you have any experiences from the other side, bucked off or anything like that? Has that happened in competition?
Recently, I got bucked off my 3-year-old not too long ago, but nothing serious. But yeah, that just happens when you have young horses and when you ride very much.
Well, the closest thing I could do to compare was just being really nice to Gunner. Had a snack for him, and he stepped, and he's a big horse, got to carry a big man. Stepped on my right foot. I had my cowboy boots on, and he did it. And I know better, Wendy. I know you're probably wagging your finger at me. You should never do that, but I did it, and he did it, and he stepped on my foot, and that big toe. It's breakfast time, so I won't get into detail. Let's just say. It turned out the way you would imagine, a 2-ton animal on my big toe. So anyway, that's the closest thing I can do to relate. Although I did get bucked off at a roundup at the Grant Ranch, rounding up. This is 10, 15 years ago, when we were doing the roundup of the cattle for the branding, and ended up sideways because the horse and I both realized at the same time that the saddle was loose, and the realization, and then he took advantage of the fact. And the good news is, by the time I fell off, I was very close to the ground. The saddle was on the horse sideways, and it was in eye shot of the real Cowboys. And when I came back, let's just say, and my son was with me in the ATV. brought me back. Everybody had a good laugh, and I got the golf clap, walking the gauntlet of real cowboys in the golf clap because everybody got to see it. So anyway,
it happened.
You got to get back up on the horse, as the cliche indicates. Do you have, this would be nice, and you know what, I'm going to share this, just so you know, there's a few girls in my life, young ladies, goddaughters and nieces. Do you have any advice for young ladies, young women who might want to get into barrel racing, maybe even to the level of competing?
I would just surround yourself with people that have done it and, find somebody that you want to kind of follow and just do it. There's nothing that, if you decide it's something you want to do, just set your mind to it and you can.
Do they have leagues? That's terrible. That's not what it is. But do they have organizations that people can get involved? That's something I probably should have researched.
Yes. There's all different kind of levels and organizations. Like at the local level, they have the Johnson County Cowgirls that have all the rodeo events. The Sheridan County Cowgirls. There's a lot of different barrel racing series. Like Gillette will have a winter series coming up. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in Billings. So we have a lot of stuff locally at all different levels that you can enjoy.
And just again, we talked about it earlier about to parents, the recommendation, because there are some hazards obviously involved with getting into the equestrian sports. But I think, and I think you stated earlier, that there is so much value in that, and so much confidence is built in, of course, in boys too, and young men. But especially, I think, just from my observations now, having watched some of the young ladies in my life, and very recently with my goddaughter, who's 9, and she's inner city. Her family lives in inner city Denver. They're certainly, definitely the furthest thing from farming and ranching and being around horses. And we put her up on a horse when she was 4 or 5 years old, leading her around. But now she's riding on her own and actually getting lessons. And I can see the confidence building in her on that horse. And she gets off that horse, and she is, Wendy, she's strutting. She just is so excited. So I guess what I'm saying to parents is, just from my observations, there's so much value in that. So
yes,
just
I
your
agree.
thoughts?
There's a lot of lessons.
Oh, there's so much in there, and the training, and it's just being the responsibility and being consistent and persevering with all that's involved with taking care of horses. And then, of course, like any other sport, the commitment you have to make with time and so forth. There's great value in it. So that's just my opinion.
I agree. Yes, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned for sure. And like you said, responsibility, and it's a huge time commitment. So it is something you have to commit to.
And you learn a lot. Okay, so I wanted to talk about your business life too, because again, I know you have ranch work this morning. What did you tell me you were up to this morning that I'm interrupting?
No, we just finished shipping our calves this week. So that's kind of been our big project that we have in the rearview mirror now. So we have our fall work done. Got it done early this year, so it's nice. And so moving on.
You bet, Jim. Okay, so one of your business ventures is called Stopwatch Performance Horses at stopwatchhorses.com. And what is that? Explain what Stopwatch Performance Horses is all about and your involvement.
So that's kind of, it's kind of, I guess, we're starting it up again. What it has been in the past, my parents raised horses, and our brand is the Stopwatch. So it's an O with the stop.
I see it,
and plus sign.
Those who are streaming with us can see it there.
Yeah. So that's our brand, and that's what it's called, is the Stopwatch. So we started Stopwatch Performance Horses. My parents have always raised horses and had stallions, and so we raised our own horses. A couple years ago, we lost Fabulous Golden Jet, which is the stud Corona. So things have kind of transitioned. Not really raising horses right now, but the Stopwatch brand is basically on anything that either I've trained or my dad has started and trained. So it's kind of our brand and mark on horses that we've brought through our own program. And then through Stopwatch Horses, we want to be able to just, my dad does a lot of clinics and just kind of share his knowledge. And so that's kind of something that we've been doing and are going to do more in the future is just sharing that with other people.
Well, your involvement with horses, I mean, there's a lot to it, Wendy, from start, middle, and finish. You're partnered with Tom and Tony Wagner in that venture. I see that and wanted to mention them as well. So, but you're also where you and I met. I got licensed a couple of years ago now in real estate, and that's you're doing that as well. You're busy. So with Century 21, BHJ, you're in the Buffalo office. We're about 30 miles away in the Sheridan office, but we get together quite often. Bruce and Rosemary Garber, just wonderful owners and the brokers, and they make sure that everybody, that we know we're teammates with you guys over there in Buffalo. So, when did you get involved on the real estate side of things?
So I got my license in 2011.
For a while then. I didn't know it was that long.
Actually, it was 2014. I take that back. 2014.
Still.
Yeah. And then in 2018, I got my broker's license.
Did not know you had a broker's license.
Yes. So I'm an associate broker. Yeah.
Aha. You betcha. With Judy and the team over there in Buffalo. But of course, you're statewide. This is the Wyoming. Are you licensed anywhere else?
No, I'm only licensed in Wyoming, and I kind of stick with the northeastern corner just because I spent so much time in Sundance and that area. I've done a lot of real estate around Sundance, Gillette, Buffalo, Sheridan. That's kind of the corner I stay in. A lot of stuff in KC. And I actually have to tell you this, John, while we were on the show, I had a message from a friend in Sundance. He's actually listening to the show. And so I want to say hi to Mark Loveland because he's listening in.
Hey, Mark.
He's a great friend of ours from over there. I've done real estate. I actually helped him and his wife sell a townhome in Sheridan. So that was our connection with horses and real estate.
Well, I do believe we're broadcasting in Sundance as well as streaming. I did get a shot up here of Mesa.
Yes. Mesa is a special little girl. So she actually owns Dewey, which is a horse that my parents raised. We started, I ran her for several years, and then she's graduated and moved on to Mesa. And Mesa is running 1D times on her. She's been pole bending on her and just having a lot of success and a lot of fun.
Exactly my point earlier. And not only is she having success and a lot of fun, she is learning some life lessons. I know that for sure. So, but back to your real estate gig. Anything you're working on currently that might be interesting to some of our listeners?
I have some really fun listings. One I want to mention is 29 Mead Creek that's just outside of Sheridan towards Buffalo. There's 134 acres of irrigated ground there. It's a really cool horse property. So talking about horses, if you're involved in horses in any way, it's a place I could see myself loving. You're not very far from the polo fields. They actually rent that property to the polo players through the summer months. So that's a really cool one that if someone's in the market for hay ground, irrigated ground, or horse property, they definitely need to keep that one in mind. And then we should talk about our listing that we have together, John.
Got one in
606
Buffalo.
Kearney.
606 Kearney. Yep, we're working on that project together. We're just about out of time. We got about a minute left here. That one is a 5-bedroom, 3-bath, big corner lot that we're working on in Buffalo, and that's in town. You do probably a lot with your background, a lot of farm and ranch and then raw land properties, I'm assuming.
Yes, that's what I really enjoy, and I love all of that.
So somebody wants to get the hold of you, of course, on century21bhj.com, they could see any and all real estate that we're representing, both Wendy and I. And if you can go on there anytime and look at those listings and see what's going on up here in this part of the country. But again, we have contacts. Century 21 is statewide, or Century 21 BHJ, and then we have our network with Century 21 in towns all across Wyoming and the U.S. Well, Wendy, I'm out of time. I got to get into the news here at the top of the hour. I want to thank you so much for joining me this morning here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. You have a great weekend, Wendy.
Thanks for having me, John.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is announcing that next week over 3,500 acres of federal coal reserves in the Powder River Basin across Campbell and Converse counties will be auctioned off. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that this is the first major Wyoming coal lease sale in a decade.
The Bureau's expecting that there's going to be up to 365 million tons of coal available in that area. One coal expert told me they feel that this issue is going to completely turn around the state of Wyoming's economy and help us continue to stay competitive in a landscape that continues to demand more and more of our energy producers.
The agency said it will accept no less than $100 per acre for the coal, but hopes to only improve the highest cash bid that meets or exceeds fair market value. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple of hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double-checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. A person fatally shot Tuesday morning in Fort Collins, Colorado, was an airman serving at Cheyenne's F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this marks a troubling trend involving personnel from the base.
There have been at least 4 gunshot incidents resulting in injury or deaths and involving Wyoming-based airmen this year. In March, there was the incident where they were shooting targets and they shot a Verizon cell phone tower worker. And then this summer, there was a fatality that was initially implicating a problematic gun, but then a person was arrested on suspicion of manslaughter for that. And then there was a shooting off base that resulted in a death, allegedly. And now the Fort Collins case of an airman dying in a gunshot incident Tuesday.
The man who died was an airman, and the second person was not, so says 90th Missile Wing Public Affairs Officer Lieutenant Reagan Lockhart. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
And a big battle is coming in 2026 between all the states in America. The battle is for attention, and the stakes for tourism are high. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that since next year is America's 250th birthday, many Americans will be looking for a one-of-a-kind experience, and Wyoming is gearing up to offer some of the best.
Wyoming is advantaged in so many ways when it comes to the 250th celebration year. Americans are going to be seeking out iconic, once-in-a-lifetime experiences for this occasion. Millions of dollars are going to be spent. I think Wyoming has a great chance to collar a huge slice of that American pie because, look, our history here is just so bound up in the formation of America, the westward expansion. When it comes to American iconic history, Wyoming has it. Across the state, every community is planning something. I think Buffalo Bill Center of the West told me they're going to have a documentary that's through the eyes of the buffalo so you can see what the state was like in 1776. So I think we have a great chance to capture huge economic benefit from the tourism if we approach it right.
Meanwhile, every state already has an America 250 committee working on plans to deliver unique experiences that showcase the nation's history. It's shaping up to be a great birthday in July of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 7:05 here in the Rocky Mountain West. Got a special guest in the Zoom room. I'll get to you in just a minute. Dr. Anthony Randall, stand by for me here. We got to do the weather because we got a front coming through here in Wyoming, buddy, and it's hunting season. We're getting rain down here in the low country. You know, folks at 6,000 feet above sea level. That's the low country. But up in the hills where the hunters are going to be, there's going to be some significant snow. So hunters, if you're listening, be prepared. Wyoming's weatherman Don Day says a chance of rain, breezy in much of Wyoming today, with snow possible in a lot of areas overnight, especially high country. Cooler with highs from near 50 to the mid 70s. Lows from near 30 to the mid 40s, and again, a weather front, a winter weather watch in effect. And hunters, take care. All right, right now in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I am sitting, it is 41 degrees under partly cloudy skies. The front is right on the edge. I was looking at the radar. It's button up against the Bighorns and the Bighorn Mountains. And Anthony, we're going to be up there after the show. We're heading up. We have to shut down the cabin, as you know, blow out the pipes so it doesn't freeze this winter. So our timing, could have been better. We'll be up there dealing with a little snow. So Dr. Anthony Randall, welcome. Thanks for joining me this morning, my friend.
Hey, great to be with you, Bags. It's 75 and sunny, and we're ready for a great week of SEC football down here in South Georgia.
Yeah, you betcha. Well, I will give you the SEC football thing because that is one of my things that I watch quite regularly. In fact, I'm much more of a college football fan in general than I am professional football, although I do have my favorites. Go Broncos, go Bills. So with that distraction, well, that'll be a whole nother show, you and I going at it about football. But this one is one of my more serious topics. First of all, here's the introduction. You may want to plug your ears because it's a lot and it's impressive. And I'm going to heap some praise on you a little bit. So stand by. We should mention that we've known each other 20 years. I know well before you had a family, and 22 years. Oh my God. Anyway, you were a pastor, an associate pastor at my church in Lakewood, Colorado, very close to when you left the military. You're still in the military, but you were doing an associate pastorship. Why? How does that work? Real quick.
Yeah, just real quick, I had done my 5 years of active duty in the Army after graduating West Point and was in the corporate world for a couple of years and doing very well and was called into full-time ministry. So I went back to Denver to go to seminary to go back into the Army as an Army chaplain.
Exactly. I knew it was a little complicated, but anyway, veteran, obviously, U.S. Army Airborne Ranger, retired as a lieutenant colonel. How many years ago was that now?
Retired about 4.5 years ago, Bags.
And you mentioned that you were Army chaplain. I know you were at Fort Benning because that's where my son, Joseph, went for basic training and some of his officer training as well, and eventually Ranger School, etc. what a blessing it was. And it turned out that you were chaplain there, the same place, God's hand all over that. And Joseph had you and your beautiful family to spend time with there in Georgia. So again, Columbus, Georgia, and having family, friends, and honestly, I think you were a big part of the inspiration that because you were involved with the youth at our church, and Joseph was one of the youths at our church, inspiring him to serve his country. So, and he loves it, he lives it, and it fits him, as you know.
Yes, it does.
All right. So I also described you as a, or somebody did, veteranpreneur. You can explain that here in a second, but you're a motivational speaker, an award-winning author. We're going to talk about your book a little bit, Practicing Excellence. Great name. You're also the president and the founder of Vanguard 21, which is leadership development and executive coaching. So real quick again, you're family man, 3 kids, I understand. And again, the big part of you is your faith. So, see, I told you, there's a lot there. Very impressive. I'm very proud of you, Anthony. I'm going to say that out loud. Dr. Anthony Randall, you wrote an opinion piece in LinkedIn, and that got my attention. And it's the title being A Civil Dialogue Between Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Charlie Kirk on Truth and Freedom. So that got my attention. And first I would just ask you the motivation for that post, and then we will describe what it is. It's first of all, it's very unique, the way you did that.
Well, thanks, Bags. So, running a professional leader development and executive coaching company, we are in the public square, and that's what Practicing Excellence is about. How do we restore civility to the public square with faithful and trusted leadership and leaders of character? And so, I try not to put, pictures of cats and my fresh pair of socks on LinkedIn, right? I try to keep things in that professional lane. But talking about ethics and talking about ethos and morality and those kind of things, that's our wheelhouse, is how do we raise up leaders of character, moral and ethical leaders in the public square. So when, the events happened last month around Charlie Kirk, I was just drawn back to my theology that evil is evil. It doesn't have a preference. It will use whatever mode or avenue it can find to commit evil in this world, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was my decision to put that post out there. Was I wanted people to think curiously. I wanted people to be, instead of judgmental, I wanted them to be curious. Instead of trying to just explain their opinion, I wanted them to explore some different perspectives. And I think when we are more curious and less judgmental, I think when we are more open to hearing other people's opinions and open to disagreement while not, moving away from what we think is true, then I think we can have some good conversations. And I did not follow Mr. Kirk. I mean, matter of fact, when that happened, I had to go look up really who he was. And I've studied quite a bit of Dr. King's work in my studies in moral ethics and philosophy and, that kind of thing. So I was like, this is interesting. 2 transformational leaders that impacted their generations, not taking either side. But 2 transformational leaders that were impacting their generations for what they thought was truth and for what they thought was good. Man, what would it look like if these 2 influential leaders actually had a conversation in the public square? Maybe we could learn something from them.
It was titled A Civil Dialogue Between Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Charlie Kirk on Truth, Freedom, and America's Future. And just to set it up, I don't think you can see it, but those who are streaming our show, I had an image of, they were superimposed of Reverend Martin Luther King and Charlie Kirk looking at each other as if they were across a table from each other having a discussion. And you do a wonderful job. And again, it's posted on LinkedIn, this opinion piece. It's a back and forth. It's a conversation between Reverend King and Charlie Kirk. Very interesting, the perspective. And what I like about it, and I'll let you describe it more, Anthony, but it's not a fluff piece. You acknowledge that they have two different perspectives, and I respect you for doing it that way. And yet, the dialogue is, and you describe it in this opinion piece, is cordial and respectful. Thought it was awesome.
I appreciate that, Bags. Thanks. Yeah, both men were after moral truth. Both men wanted to transform some of the social ills that they saw in their society. And how would they do that in a civil way? So what I did is I used first source quotes, whether it was from their sermons or media or audio or whatever it was. And those first person quotes, directly words from their mouth, set up each topic. And then what I did using an AI, deep thought AI system, is I said, okay, now create a Socratic method, right? And use the Socratic method and create a conversation of them just simply asking each other questions. And so that's kind of how I built that out. I'm not an expert in AI, but I do know how to use the Socratic method. And I do know that first source quotes are a powerful way to get to the ground issue when you want to know what people believe. So that's kind of the approach I took.
I'll give an example in one scene, as you describe it, titled Freedom. Dr. Martin Luther King says, freedom is not merely the absence of chains, it is the presence of justice. I said in Birmingham, Reverend King said in Birmingham, peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. And Kirk replies, Charlie Kirk replies, I agree, liberty is precious. But I warn students, government overreach kills freedom. My mission is to protect constitutional liberty so it isn't smothered by bureaucracy. And then Dr. King says, Charlie, can a man truly be free if invisible barriers of racism or poverty block his path? And Charlie Kirk says, in this scenario imagined, Charlie Kirk says, no, but I think the strongest solutions come from families, churches, and education, not from creating dependency on government. So you can see just from that exchange, two men, both who loved the Lord, both who were in the Word, having a conversation, and they're from different sides of the political spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, that again, my point of writing this wasn't to take a side. My point of writing this was to help us ask the question of what would it look like if we were more curious and less judgmental, and what if we were more open to actively listening to what people are saying in the public square, rather than ready to come over the top with our judgment, our opinion, our perspective, and then be unwilling to hear from other perspectives. So that's the point. That's the point of doing that.
In this, go ahead.
I think when it comes to this concept of freedom and this topic here, there's another wonderful philosopher out there named Os Guinness, and he talks about the triangle, the golden triangle of freedom. And he basically says that freedom requires virtue, and virtue requires faith, and faith requires freedom. And I think we've lost that in our public square today. You just can't have freedom to do anything that you want to. It has to be grounded in virtue, right? And freedom and virtue, many times there's this element of faith. Where does that come from? And so when I think about this perspective, I just think about this pursuit of moral truth and understanding what truth is. Whether you go back to John Adams, right, who said that our Constitution was only made for moral and religious people, it'll be completely inadequate, right. Government of any other. We see that today. We've removed this spiritual component, this component of moral truth and faith from our public square. So I think that's a component. And then, King and Kirk talked about the same thing, this pursuit of a deeper moral truth, a higher moral law, and that higher moral law or truth is typically found in our Holy Scriptures.
My guest is Dr. Anthony Randall. He is a veteran and has served his country in special forces as well as in the ministry. And he wrote this incredibly interesting piece that he posted in LinkedIn that caught my attention. And a civil dialogue between Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Charlie Kirk on freedom and America's future. Is there something else in that that article that you posted that you particularly see as pertinent in the condition that our nation is right now?
I think it goes back to this root cause of evil bags, right? And N.T. Wright, who's a phenomenal theologian, wrote a book, Evil and the Justice of God, back at the beginning of the global war on terror after 9/11. And I think what has happened in our society is that when we remove the fact that we can be depraved individuals, we remove the fact that we can be sinful individuals, when we try to remove this essence of how true evil is, we're very shocked when evil happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're
Oh, yeah.
surprised that happens. And so I think one of the fundamental things that, if you've got to have a worldview or a philosophy, and I talk about this all the time with warriors when I do a talk on forging the warrior ethos, the first thing that we've got to do in forging a warrior ethos is you've got to identify what's your concept of evil. And not just why does evil exist. That's a long campfire with a bourbon and a cigar, right? But more importantly, as I put in this post, is we know that evil exists. So how are you going to resist it? And then how are you going to respond to it? And your ability to resist evil and to respond to evil determines whether you are overcome by it or whether you're able to find a way to be more anti-fragile, as Nassim Taleb talks about in his book, Anti-Fragility, and respond to it. And so I think that's where it goes back to this fundamental of what is evil. And again, it doesn't choose a side. It doesn't choose a political aisle. It doesn't choose a social movement. It doesn't choose a particular religion. Evil is evil. Now, my theology is that evil is a derivative of good. And so it can never be equal to good. And I believe that good will eventually, win the day, right? And that comes through our faith as Christians, right? That what Christ did on the cross has brought that victory and the victory to come. So that's very quick. Woo! Real wave top on evil. We'll have to get into here some other time.
Amazingly interesting to me. It's 7:21 here in the Rocky Mountain West, God's country. Just tossing that out there to the kid in Georgia. But we are expecting a weather front through here. Just a reminder to hunters, it is hunting season, and there's a lot of them up there, and it's going to snow in the high country. Just be prepared. My guest is Dr. Anthony Randall, and I want to talk about your book. But real quickly before the break, do you think because of the Charlie Kirk assassination that something is happening that I would like to call it a revival? I think that's pushing it. We'll see. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah. So again, I try to ground everything in some sort of, foundational truth. So when we talk about psychological development, moral psychology, whether it was Dr. King or Charlie Kirk or, other folks through history, when we reach this level of what Kohlberg would call this stage 6 of principled conscience, when you have leaders that are willing to do anything and won't compromise their integrity and they're just so committed to their cause, I think it's people with principled conscience that truly can be transformers of our world. And unfortunately, many times that leads them to losing their lives for what they believe in.
Yep.
And so whether it was Dr. King's incredible work in the civil rights movement and truly pursuing what the Constitution does provide and should provide every American citizen, right?
Right.
And the civil rights and justice, or whether it was Charlie Kirk addressing what he saw as just society kind of falling apart and trying to restore this objective truth and social framework. I think both of those individuals definitely created waves of momentum following their death. And so, yes, I do think that. I hope that there would be a positive revival in this nation where young kids, young Americans, Gen Y, Gen Z who followed Kirk, or even folks that are, millennials, Gen Xers and boomers, that maybe we would have a call to action to truly ask ourselves, who are we? What do I believe? How does that influence how I think morally and ethically? And then how does that impact how I lead? Transformation and being a transformational leader that I'm super excited about is incredibly important. But King even warned us, salvation's not found in nonconformity. It's not found in being a transformational leader. That salvation is found in being transformed by the Spirit of God. And he refers to one of my favorite passages in Scripture, in that Romans 12:1-2, that we need to be transformed by the renewing of our mind, not by the conformity of this world. So I guess that would be my quick take on that.
Two men that nonviolent and believed in dialogue and being open to listen to the other side. So, hey, when we get back, my friend, from this break, you wrote an excellent book. And in my research for this morning, I've learned a little bit about you, a little bit more. And very interesting, and we'll talk about that. The book is Practicing Excellence and Restoring Civility, Faith, and Trusted Leadership in the Public Square. And another book, Practice Makes Permanent, as well. It's back there. You got but let's talk about, because I did more research on the practicing excellence, so bear with me, my friend. But we'll come back and we'll do that, because I think there's a lot in there. I promised my audience that we would learn something today and we would be inspired, and I think they will be when they hear the kind of author and the things you write about. So we'll be back at 7:26. It's Cowboy State Daily Radio. You're with Buddy Bags. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution. And we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Looking at my buddy and good friend, Dr. Anthony Randall, in his Warrior days. Here, a shot of him up on the screen here, Anthony. In the Zoom room, we are talking about a lot of things, and we just finished the conversation about the post you did in LinkedIn with Dr. Martin Luther King and Charlie Kirk having a civil dialogue, just talking to each other and expressing their differences of opinion on different topics. And but also, as I mentioned, you're a veteran, served in special forces, you've deployed overseas, and then eventually Army chaplain and author as well. And a very, very interesting book that I highly recommend is Practicing Excellence, Restoring Civility, Faith, and Trusted Leadership in the Public Square. That is a compelling title. And I've learned, like I said it before the break, I learned a little bit about you. You said here, the prologue says, "You're an Anthony, not a Tony. My second-generation Italian mother emphatically began shaping my character at a young age. I am a second-generation Italian. My mother, Rosalind Del Bracco, who became a Baggett, eventually married an Irishman. So any concerns about my behavior, I blame it on being half Irish, half Italian. So, hey, we're kindred, my friend. What was your mom's maiden name?"
So I'm interested what part of Italy you're from, because my mom's maiden name was DeFalco, and my grandmother was a D'Amico. So my family is from Naples. And they came over in the 1905, I believe.
Yeah, that's very close. We're 1906 from that side of the family.
Yep. So some came in through Ellis Island, and then the others came in Boston. And then my mom married an Englishman instead of an Irishman. So she went from a DeFalco to a Randall. So we kindred spirits there, Bags.
I just found this out. So Grandpa, his family, the Del Braccos, were from Rome, that area, and then the Niotes, which would be my grandmother's side of the family, they were Sicilian. Okay. So, and we've been over there and in the vicinity of the family and looked it up, and quite interesting. And we've been to Ireland to see where that part of the family came from. The Baggett last name, by the way, is Welsh. They immigrated to Ireland in like the 1600s. So it's not, but my grandmother was an O'Connor. So the Baggetts were Irish for a few hundred years, and then he married an O'Connor who is just plain Irish. And we're all Americans.
Well, I mean, that's a great part of our story, isn't it? I mean, my family are immigrants. My family immigrated here from Campagna, Campobasso, outside of Naples. We're shoe cobblers with nothing, and came here in the 1900s with the hope of putting the nose to the grindstone and finding a better way and finding a better life. And my grandfather was the first one to go to college in the family, you know. And then on the other side of my family at Randall, I'm the 8th generation Sons of the American Revolution. My 8th great grandfather was part of the 1st Massachusetts Militia and was at Lexington and Concord. And my 5th great grandfather fought for the Union and was captured by the Confederates and was a POW in the Civil War. And so, I mean, we have this lineage and this heritage of understanding, again, going back to freedom and virtue and faith and what this country is founded upon. So, yeah, it's fascinating.
And why our ancestors came here for that freedom, for that religious freedom, for that First Amendment, Second Amendment, etc. All of those things had such great appeal all immigrants, and it still does. And even though there's a great argument about legal and illegal immigration, you have to admit, regardless of which side of that argument you're on, there's great appeal to people all over the planet, including our families a long time ago, to come here for what we call freedom here. That's my humble little addition here. But let's get back to your book. Again, what could they, first of all, Practicing Excellence, where could they find that? I'm going to pop it up on the screen again.
Yeah, if you've got the link, they can find it on Amazon.com. So that's probably the easiest place to get it. I think there's a major flash sale going on right now, so they're going to get it for a great deal.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
when it did launch last year, it was a number one top bestseller for a couple of weeks on Amazon, and at one point, it reached that Amazon top bestseller list, which was great. And then we won the International Impact Book Award for social change this year as well. So been very blessed as it's blessed other people, and had some really strong reviews by some incredible leaders. So just very thankful that we can get that message out.
You bet. Again, it's Practicing Excellence, Restoring Civility, Faith, and Trusted Leadership in the Public Square. I don't have the website up here, so the website again that they might be able to order that book.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Oh, it's on Amazon. You said that.
Yeah, I can send you the link if you want me to.
Certainly. And okay, so I'm going to get to a portion of your prologue that I reread this morning. It says, and this is you saying, my Christian belief in human flourishing influences my conviction. Like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that the Apostle Paul is correct. We are to live a life of sacrifice, being transformed by the renewing of our minds and giving us passionate courage, purposefully clarity, and a precise cause to challenge the conformity of this world as transformed non-conformists. Wow, that's a mouthful. Break that down for your buddy Baggs here a little bit, would you, Anthony?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So what does it mean to be a transformed nonconformist? I was introduced to this in one of my graduate programs with one of my professors, Dr. Franklin, who has become a mentor and a friend. We both love God. We both have a strong faith in God. If we were in the halls of Congress, we'd probably be looking in the opposite perspective from each other, and hopefully come to the center and trying to high five on some issues to move the ball forward. So, but introducing this element of what is transformational leadership and who is a transformational leader, I was introduced to a sermon that Dr. King gave several times in his life called Transform Nonconformist. And it's a wonderful message. It's something that I use it as a devotion every Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and I read it. But it's a sermon out of Romans 12:1 and 2. And it talks about what does it mean to be a transformed nonconformist. So how do we pursue being transformed by the renewing of our mind, right, as people of faith, and to live our lives as Paul said, as living sacrifices, right?
All right.
Sacrificing my agenda for God's and allowing God to use me as an instrument and agent. And then how do we move through that transformation as nonconformists, not being conformed by the things of this world, but operating out of grace and out of truth and out of love. And again, this is I've loved being in a pluralistic environment. I've worked with people from multiple faiths and religions all over the world. I've sat down and had multiple meals with people of different faith groups than myself in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I would just, I go back to the Gospel of John chapter 1, where it says that Jesus came in grace and truth. And I think that when we want to talk about civility in the public square, we need to operate out of a heart of love. We need to operate out of a sound mind, and we need to operate out of an objective truth, and be willing to disagree and be willing to hear, again, people's perspectives.
I couldn't agree more with that. And you saying practicing excellence is a lifelong endeavor, and it isn't easy, and not everyone does it, because it's hard, and a lot of times folks don't want to do the hard things.
Yeah, well, I'm stealing a quote from Aristotle there. So
Well,
in Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle says that it's hard to live a life of excellence. It's hard to pursue what Aristotle calls the middle of the circle, and it's hard to do it, and that's why not everyone does it. So that's lifting a quote there from Aristotle.
It's 7:39. You're with your buddy Bags, Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday, talking to Dr. Anthony Randall, veteran, served in Special Forces, Army chaplain, veteranpreneur. We'll get into that a little bit here in a minute. Talk about his business, his company. He's the president and founder of Vanguard 21 as well. Also motivational speaker. Lots there. Good guy and a lot of good information. Before we go to this break real quick, though, another area in your prologue of your book, Practicing Excellence, it says, and this is you stating, my passion is to relentlessly transform the public square back to a place of civility. There's more here, though, but I'll let you expound on that a little bit.
Sure, I think I can sum it up in what Marcus Aurelius said in Meditations, right? And Marcus Aurelius said that it's the truth that I'm after, and the truth's never harmed anyone. But what has harmed people is when we persist in self-deceit and ignorance. So how do we bring curiosity to the public square? How do we have open dialogue, and how do we pursue truth rather than continue to lie to ourselves and mask ourselves in ignorance? We've got a world full of what I would like to say is talking heads, educated derelicts, and bully pulpits who have tried to teach us and tell us what to think. And I think that as a result of that, we've lost the ability on how to think. So I think transformational leaders help people once again learn how to think critically and think morally and think ethically, and how to think and be curious in how other people are thinking, rather than just trying to, with blunt force, tell people what they should think. So I think that's where I'm going with that.
I totally agree. From the media perspective, my opinion, and I'm old school, our business was always to offer information and not to give opinion, although there's aspects of media that can and should do that, but to allow you to think and to come up with your own conclusion based on gathering research and doing your homework and finding out how many perspectives there are and deciding for yourself. And that's my criticism of media in general. And just to be clear, some are doing it very well and do it that way in reporting of the news, and then there's others who are just tossing their bias in there and hoping that you'll follow their narrative. So it's 7:42. When we come back, I want to talk about you. I can just imagine. I'm hoping someday to be in front of you as you're speaking. Public speaker, motivational speaker. Let's talk about your business and Vanguard 21. It's interesting. My veteranpreneur is with us, Dr. Anthony Randall. We'll come back after this commercial break here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's with your buddy Bags. It's 7:42. Thanks for tuning in.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. 7:45 Saturday morning. Dr. Anthony Randall in the Zoom room. And I don't know if you saw that PSA there in that group of spots. Logan Wilson, Casper, Wyoming boy. Got to watch him the other night when the Broncos played the Bengals. And fortunately, he lost, unfortunately for him. But the Broncos, 2-2, but they could easily be 4-0. But we could do a whole show, you and I, just talking about football. And by the way, here
we're lifelong Bronco fans. You know, Janine's dad was one of the original season ticket holders of the Denver Browns in 1960, 61.
Oh yeah.
And her still has season tickets to this day. So
I think
we
I
may
knew
live
that.
down in South Georgia, but we're lifelong Broncos fans.
Hey, good for you. There's a little bit of a tug and pull with the whole Josh Allen thing, who, by the way, November 22nd in Laramie, they're going to retire the first time they've ever retired a number in Wyoming with some of the great players that have been here. That's a little controversial, but he's coming home. He plays on Thursday night that week, and he's coming to Laramie to have his number retired. And so here in Wyoming, there's a little controversy because this is Broncos country, dadgummit. But the way he's playing now, and the whole world gets to see him play, that's the way he played in Laramie. We knew what we had. Of course, half of us want to strangle John Elway for not drafting him when he had the opportunity. But anyway, I digress. So lots going on here football-wise. It was great to see Logan Wilson. His dad, by the way, is the state athletic director, and I had him on the show, and I did get, it was so cool to hear a dad talking about the pride that he had seeing his son playing on Sundays in the NFL. You know, a kid from up the road, Casper, Wyoming, and he's a tough guy. It's pretty cool. So
we still bleed blue and orange here. We live about 50 minutes from Auburn, and you know our son is an athlete and in ROTC at Auburn. So we, putting on the blue and orange is still pretty easy down here. We say War Damn Eagle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's true. And a daughter at West Point as well. Very proud of her.
Yep, she's in a commission next year. Excited to see her join the U.S. Army as an officer, and
Wow.
never know. She might.
Papa's footsteps right there. That's amazing. God bless her. And thank you both for your service, huh? I did have a picture here real quick before we get on here. I'm going to bring up.
Oh, boy.
No, it's a good one. This is, hang on one second. with your buddy Bags and technology. And this is you as the chaplain at Fort Benning. So this is about 8 years ago now. Joseph, my son, for those that can see it, that are streaming us at this moment, that's my son Joseph on the left, right out of basic training, hanging out with his pastor, the minister, the chaplain, at Fort Benning, Georgia. And as I mentioned earlier, what a blessing it was in our lives, knowing that he had you and your beautiful family there with him at Fort Benning when you were there. But you both look great. And then we got to go, after he finished basic training, to one of your services while we were there. So that's our connection, part of it anyway. You've also been my pastor at one time. And I tell you, between you and Dennis and Lane, I've been blessed to be around some very godly men and people, Christian men that I respect. Okay, with that said.
Real quick on that, Pastor Dennis has been incredible. We've had 3 military chaplains come out of that church. Lane and I both served in Rangers and Special Operations. Dave is retiring as a Navy chaplain and served in the Marines and the Coast Guard. So we've had 3 chaplains mentored and pastored by Dennis, who happens to be a pacifist, by the way. So another great conversation.
Dennis Jeffrey. He was also my assistant coach in football, basketball, and baseball. And our friendship before his pastorship started in my life started as just me coaching his 8-year-old kid, Daniel. And so then I found out he was a pastor, then found out he had a gym at his church, and then he baptized me. So Dennis Jeffrey, I hope you're listening. Shout out to you, buddy.
Love you, DJ.
We love you very much and owe you a lot. We're such good friends sometimes. It's hard to blow so much smoke up his rear end, but I absolutely love him and respect him and certainly appreciate what he's taught me about my Christian faith. But all right, switching back to you, Dr. Anthony Randall, author, veteran, special forces, how else? A lot of stuff. But you're also the founder of a company called Vanguard 21. You're the founder and president of Vanguard 21. I know it's motivational speaking and as a keynote speaker. I can imagine you are amazing up there with everything that you have done in your experiences. I bet it's incredible. Where did Vanguard 21 come from?
Yeah, so 2 things real quick. We have 2 websites. Vanguard 21, which is www.vanguardxxi.com. That is our full spectrum leader development and executive coaching company. And then I have a keynote speaking business as well, and that is www.anthonyrandall.org. So if people are looking for keynote speaking, go to anthonyrandall.org. If people are looking for first full spectrum leader development and coaching, then go to our Vanguard website. Vanguard is the lead element into combat. It's the lead formation. It's the tip of the spear. It's the first contact. And 21 is just for 21st century leadership. So we've got a great team. We launched, I started this company 20 plus years ago and then shut it down once I went into full-time ministry, and then, restarted it when I retired from the military 4.5 years ago as a, full-time company. So today we've got 13 people on our team. We have just incredible world-class, leaders and professional executive coaches from every walk of life, whether it's the military or higher education or, psychology, nonprofits, the corporate world, whatever the case may be. So we provide leader development and executive coaching to everyone from Fortune 100 and 500 companies, sales teams, executives, C-suites, director, management level, down to small and medium-sized companies, family-owned businesses. We've done a lot of work in professional and college sports with Major League Baseball and D1 national championship basketball teams. So we have a lot of fun. And then the third piece of it is we are an International Coaching Federation school. There's a lot of people on LinkedIn today calling themselves coaches. And typically by the end of day one, beginning of day two, when they come to our professional ICF coaching course, the number one comment I get from HR, SHRM, leader development, consultants, senior leaders is, oh, I definitely wasn't coaching. I was not coaching. I was consulting. I was telling people what to do. So we elevate people into this place of what it really means to be a professional executive coach. So we are a professional ICF coaching school. So people can come to us and get their professional ICF coaching certificate and credentials. So again, we operate in that operational space of business, corporate world, sports. We're in that academic space of teaching people how to be professional coaches, and then in that individual space of providing one-on-one executive coaching, team coaching, group coaching. We facilitate think tanks. So we have a lot of fun. It's a great time, and I get to do it with my friends. So we just have a great time doing it.
Generally, I'm saying generally, what are these business leaders, these folks looking for when they hire you in Vanguard 21? What are they trying to accomplish with that kind of speaker, that being you?
Yeah, so what we really focus on is creating high character, high culture organizations. So our leadership development is focused on not only talent management, on how you assess and hire and attract high character people, which we take from many of us have special operations background, but how do you develop leaders of character? How do you teach and train character? How do you create people, or how do you create an environment where high character people thrive on understanding who they are, understanding who you are, impacts how you think. So we teach a lot on psychological development. We use personality assessments. We use EQ 360s. We help people understand how they think morally and ethically, how they think under pressure, and then how do you lead? And so we teach emotional intelligence and help people become more self-aware and organizationally aware and be greater leaders. So I think when people come to us, they typically have a communication challenge. They may have a transformational challenge. They're going through some paradigm shift. Their C-suite has been shuffled. They've had a realignment or a reorganization. Maybe they're trying to get leader development greater in depth. We teach a lot of organizations how to coach and use coaching at multiple levels of leadership so that if they're using IDPs or PIPs or whatever the case may be, how do you teach leaders at every level to coach? And so we help them create a coaching language and a coaching culture. And we're helping them get to yes. We're helping them win. Our company motto is to transform leaders, to forge excellence, and win. And so take a portfolio company with private equity, right? What does a PE firm want to do with a portfolio company? They want to accelerate that portfolio company's ability so that 5 years from now, they can sell it for 3, 5, 7 times its initial value. So what we do is we come in and create alignment with language. We create alignment with character and culture and values. And we help these C-suites and executive teams and their subordinate leadership teams what I talk about practicing excellence. They align their passion with their purpose and their precision, right? So that's what we do. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And somebody needs some. I assume there's some of your military training, an atmosphere about it that works its way in. We've only got a couple minutes left here. I want to remind folks, Vanguard 21, if you are looking to have a speaker at an event or something of yours, or your team needs some motivation, good Lord, I know this guy has that capability, Dr. Anthony Randall. I admire you for a lot of things you do. I'm only jealous of one thing that you do or have done, and you probably know what that is. You were interviewed, and I've got an image here I'm going to bring up for my streaming audience. You were interviewed by Emily Campagno, a contributor at Fox News, and there it is. And she has a section in her book about you. Just briefly, my friend, what was that experience like?
It's an honor. Emily is a huge supporter of veterans and veteran organizations. And last year she wrote a book called Under His Wings, and it's all about veterans and their experiences in combat. And so I had the privilege to be one of the people that she interviewed. She wanted to interview about my experience of faith and spirituality in a combat zone. And so I had the privilege to do that. I think it's chapter 4 of her book, In Under His Wings, where she basically just asked me to share my story about how I was able to share faith and truth and provide that strength and foundation in difficult places like combat. So it was a great time. Really enjoyed it. And yeah.
You bet. I'm a fan of hers and of yours. And I've only got 30 seconds here. If you would put a wrap on our conversation, 30 seconds before the top of the hour. And but I want to give you the last word, my friend.
Well, I appreciate that, Bags. Practicing a life of excellence and living a more excellent way is about aligning our passion, our calling with our purpose, our gifts and abilities with precision, where our feet are at. And my encouragement to people is that a more excellent way is when we pursue those greatest virtues that we've been told about in Scripture, which is faith, hope, and love. But the greatest is love. And so when we can enter the public square and love people and out of a heart of love, share truth, and be more curious than judgmental, I think we can truly restore civility in our public square and what we do.
Thanks, you, Dr. Anthony Randall, for joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back right after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is announcing that next week, over 3,500 acres of federal coal reserves in the Powder River Basin across Campbell and Converse counties will be auctioned off. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that this is the first major Wyoming coal lease sale in a decade.
The Bureau's expecting that there's going to be up to 365 million tons of coal available in that area. One coal expert told me they feel that this issue is going to completely turn around the state of Wyoming's economy and help us continue to stay competitive in a landscape that continues to demand more and more of our energy producers.
The agency said it will accept no less than $100 per acre for the coal, but hopes to only improve the highest cash bid that meets or exceeds fair market value. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double-checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. A person fatally shot Tuesday morning in Fort Collins, Colorado, was an airman serving at Cheyenne's F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this marks a troubling trend involving personnel from the base.
There have been at least 4 gunshot incidents resulting in injury or death and involving Wyoming-based airmen this year. In March, there was the incident where they were shooting targets and they shot a Verizon cell phone tower worker. And then this summer, there was a fatality that was initially implicating a problematic gun, but then a person was arrested on suspicion of manslaughter for that. And then there was a shooting off base that resulted in a death, allegedly. And now the Fort Collins case of an airman dying in a gunshot incident Tuesday.
The man who died was an airman, and the second person was not, so says 90th Missile Wing Public Affairs Officer Lieutenant Reagan Lockhart. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
And a big battle is coming in 2026 between all the states in America. The battle is for attention, and the stakes for tourism are high. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that since next year's America's 250th birthday, many Americans will be looking for a one-of-a-kind experience, and Wyoming is gearing up to offer some of the best.
Wyoming is advantaged in so many ways when it comes to the 250th celebration year. Americans are going to be seeking out iconic, once-in-a-lifetime experiences for this occasion. Millions of dollars are going to be spent. I think Wyoming has a great chance to collar a huge slice of that American pie because, look, our history here is just so bound up in the formation of America, the westward expansion. When it comes to American iconic history, Wyoming has it. Across the state, every community is planning something. I think Buffalo Bill Center of the West told me they're going to have a documentary that's through the eyes of the buffalo so you can see what the state was like in 1776. So I think we have a great chance to capture huge economic benefit from the tourism if we approach it right.
Meanwhile, every state already has an America 250 committee working on plans to deliver unique experiences that showcase the nation's history. It's shaping up to be a great birthday in July of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My screen says Wendy Core. That is Mac Watson, new to our newsroom. You sound great, Mac. Welcome aboard here at Cowboy State Daily. And Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's 8:05. I'm John Baggett. My friends call me Bags, so we go with that. This is the Bags family studio. Also, my wife Deb's office, and where I get to do talk radio, podcast style, different topic, different guest every hour. Love it. Only doing it one day a week. I'm the Saturday host. Jake Nichols is Monday through Friday, and then Sunday, Jeff Ricketts here at Cowboy State Daily Radio. And in the Zoom room, hey, it's so good to see you. Although I have seen you watching you do what you do. But let me do a quick weather here because we have a front coming through, and Cheryl, it's hunting season.
Yeah.
And we are in Wyoming. And so there's a lot of folks up there should know. Don Day, who's Wyoming's weatherman. Do you remember Don Day?
I do.
Yeah, he's ours. We claim him. He says we have, I put the sheet down. We have snow coming in. It's rain right now in a lot of places. You can see it right out my window. It's kind of a sun shower. A little bit of rain. That's turning over to snow in the high country tonight. So hunters take care. Lows in the upper 20s, low 30s, and just be prepared for winter-type conditions here in Wyoming. Right now, Sheridan, Wyoming, at the base of the Bighorn Mountains, it is 51 degrees under mostly cloudy skies, although, like I said, if I turn my camera, the sunshine, I think it's a rainbow out there right now. Mm-hmm. That's usually what happens. I'm no weatherman, but I am an old friend of this lady in the Zoom room. Okay, Cheryl Preheim. First, you're a wife, a mom. I've seen pictures. We're friends on social media of your beautiful family, and I recognize that's a priority in your world.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Yep. 4 kids, and we just celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary.
Hey, congratulations, and God bless you.
Thank you.
You betcha. And then also, as an aside, an Emmy and multiple Emmy and Murrow Award winner, TV journalist, news anchor. I remember you well and good. So proud of you at KUSA Channel 9 here there in Denver. For how many years were you there? You were there quite a while.
Yeah, I was there 18 years. Yeah, I started in TV there, and so I feel like I grew up there. You know, I learned from all the greats there. They were it was like being in a newsroom full of professors. It was fantastic. So that was my very first TV job. I stumbled into it. I every day I'd say, why are they letting me be here? But I'm so happy they are.
Well, they took you from radio, and I know that because that's where we met at 850 KOA Radio. I was executive producer, and I think you were still in school at the time with an internship, and we had you there. And I can say this because I know and remember that there was already recognizing some skills, and first of all, you're a hard worker, and everybody appreciates that in media, and you were a great teammate even then. You probably were maybe 20 years old at that time, and I was still in programming in those days before I got into sales and management. But I remember you well as a great intern and an asset to the radio side of media. Of course, the old adage, face for radio, doesn't work for you. So that's why they got you in TV. So,
well, it's funny because I really felt that I had no plans to pursue television, Bags. And we go way back, so it's Bags for me. And I just have to aside, it's so good to see you. I was listening to this song. It's called like Water Through Your Hands. It's talking about how time is like water through your hands. I feel that. I feel like we were just in the newsroom at 850 KOA. And I was 20 years old. I was a senior in college, and I had an internship at 9 News in Denver. And, so you get an access badge. And I didn't know much, but I knew enough to know I didn't know much. So I was trying to absorb everything around me. So after I would do my regular kind of intern duties, I would use that badge and I would go back into the newsroom and I would practice writing scripts and editing and putting stories together and just trying to learn the things around me. And so one day I went in and the boss said, "Hey, I need to talk to you." And I thought I was in trouble. And what they said was, "We noticed you were coming in on your own hours to learn." And so my boss, who was Scott Patrick at the time, said, my wife works at K-Talk Radio with KOA Radio, and she needs a producer. And you're a hard worker, and would you want to help her out? That's how I started at KOA Radio with Kelly Ford at the time, and then it was during the O.J. Simpson trial, and I just got my feet wet right like that, and I was doing all kinds of things, like making coffee and writing scripts and running the audio board and just learning everything I could around me, and so that's how you and I got connected, and I'm so thankful for that.
Well, here we are. For me, 44 years later, I got out for about a year and a half when the company I was working for here in Sheridan, I was managing 4 stations, they ended up going out of business. And so I thought, you know what, I'll go get my real estate license and move on. And then my buddy Jimmy Orr, speaking of connections, he was... we were co-hosts together of a rock and roll morning show in Cheyenne before I got to Denver. So this was like mid 80s, 85 to 88 in there somewhere, 89. And Jimmy, him and I both were just goofball, wannabe, shock jocks doing rock and roll show. He ends up being like Dick Cheney's press secretary. I see him on TV doing news conferences, and I was screaming at the TV, he's a yo-yo. How did he get this? I know that guy. Well, he's also the founder, one of the founders, and the executive editor for Cowboy State Daily. So he's listening right now, and he's rolling his eyes. But I got pictures of him and I together with a lot more hair.
Listen, aren't we all thankful that we did not grow up in the iPhone generation?
Oh, my God. You can't even imagine. Because remember, I'm older than you, and I grew up in the streaking age. And so
oh, gosh.
It would be really bad news. All right. So very easily distracted, as I always was when we first met. Real quickly, so are you a Denver gal or a Colorado gal, or where are you from?
I grew up in northern Indiana in a small town, Goshen.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah. So It's about an hour from Fort Wayne, South Bend, 2.5 hours from Chicago. So help people, see where that is on the map. And my dad was a college professor. And so we also lived in some other places because he was part of a program called SST, Study Service Trimester. So we lived in some other places as he taught in other places, but that was really home base for me growing up. And then I used some scholarship money to go to the University of Colorado. So that's what took me to Colorado. And that was a terrific move. I fell in love instantly. It was such a beautiful part of the country. I grew up hiking and camping, and so it was just such a perfect fit. My grandparents were in South Dakota, both sides. So it was kind of wonderful to be back in that part of the country. And so, University of Colorado, and then my internship my senior year for living in Boulder is how I started my journalism
So
career
were
in
you
Denver.
journalism or communications major at CU?
Well, I was a communications major because I didn't expect to go into TV. I loved writing. I really was one of those strange people that liked public speaking. But I was also a music minor. So I didn't really know what I wanted to do, to be honest. I have a few teenagers in the house now, and I tell them at your age, I didn't know. I know what I loved. I loved community. I loved public service. I loved sharing stories. And I didn't know how all of this was going to come together. And so I was in the mass communications department and the music department, and I had a professor who said, well, what about journalism? It's all the things you love. And it was like a light bulb went off for me. And that's when I started pursuing radio because I felt much more comfortable in a baseball hat.
Yeah.
And so that is how that trajectory started. And then my senior year is when I got the internship just to see if it was a fit. And as soon as I got into a working newsroom, I knew it. I knew this was for me.
Very exciting. I can remember that. At one point, I was executive producer for the morning show at 850 KOA, and that was Gus Merkus, Steve Kelly, Carol McKinley, Daryl Luby. So names that some people go, who, where, what? But out here, very familiar, and just that excitement. So I had to be there at 4 o'clock in the morning because the morning show started at 5. And the first thing I would do is come in and I'd sit down for about 20 minutes or so with Rick Barber, the overnight voice of 850 KOA, the blowtorch. And I would ask him what happened. And before I even started going through the old AP and UPI wire machines, literally rip and read, tearing paper, just like you would see in an old movie in black and white. But Rick Barber was there, and I'd sit down with him and say, what happened? Because he had his finger on the pulse. So I always felt like I had an advantage. By the time Steve Kelly, eventually April Zesba, by the time they came in at like 4:45, it looked and sounded like I knew what I was talking about, and I knew what was going on. But that excitement in that newsroom with breaking stories and so on, it was addictive, and I consider that era of my very long radio career the best job. It was the hardest, and I had to give it up at the point I became a father, and those hours were not conducive, to participating in their lives, and that's why I gave that part of it up. But very interesting. I completely understand what you're saying about the newsroom and how interesting that is. Was there anybody in your life, a particular media person? For me and us Wyoming boys, it's Kurt Gowdy. But how about you? Was there somebody that I bet there was a few at Channel 9 at least.
No doubt. Well, as you're talking, I just think, I believe this would be true for so many people who are in this conversation with us right now, is that you look back and you think, how fortunate to be around incredible people who not only had the knowledge to share, but the patience to want to share it. And I think that with you and all the names you mentioned, as I literally was a kid and learning as I went, and just felt the freedom to ask a million questions, and had incredible people willing to answer them and teach me and build me, because the energy I felt in the newsroom was this like connectivity to the community. And that has always been what I love. And that's really the heart of what journalism is and should always be, that public service, And so yes, but I'll tell you one person that really was truly instrumental was Adele Arakawa.
Yes.
And I respect, and to this day, and respected her then immensely, and would ask her a lot of questions, and would just watch how she did her work, how she was so diligent and thoughtful and careful and balanced, and was a wonderful mentor and became a friend. But I could say that about a lot of people: Kim Christensen, Mark Kobrick, Ed Sardella, people who taught me so much. But the other thing I would say, those might be names in the region people know, but the other group that taught me so much, Bags, were the photojournalists.
Really?
And to me, they're really unsung heroes in what we do in this profession, because and I've learned to do a little of it now, and I'll get into that later. But as they are capturing the images that help us understand what's happening, or the sound in radio, I watched them a lot too, and I would ask them a lot of questions, and I would observe what they did and follow their lead. And so they were tremendous mentors to me along the way too.
We have a break coming up here in just a minute, but before we get to that, also don't let me forget, I was going to ask you about A Brave Conquers Fear. It's a series that you did. At some point, you moved to Atlanta. Was there some place between Denver and Channel 9 in Atlanta?
No, just I started in Denver out of KOA. So I was like an experiment, Bags. Do you remember? So I would do the morning show on KOA, and then from like 3 a.m. till 10, and then I'd go to Channel 9 from 10 to 5.
I remember that.
And I would turn a story for the 4 or 5 p.m. news, and they would introduce me as KOA radio reporter. And so I had this sort of hybrid job before that was a thing. And then I did both jobs for about a year and a half, and that's how I ended up at 9 News. And it was because of a series that I did, an investigative series I did at KOA, that 9 News asked, could you do that for us, a TV version? And I thought, oh my gosh, thank goodness I didn't wear a hat today. And I showed up in their newsroom, and I met a photojournalist in the lobby, and we turned a story for the 5 p.m. So it was a fluke. It was a fluke that I ever ended up there. And after that day, I just continued on and was there for 18 years. And then from Denver, came straight to Atlanta.
11 Alive, and you did morning show there for a long. No wonder you're able to get up early. We'll talk about that transition a little bit, and your 8 years producing a series called Brave Conquers Fear. I want to hear about that. I didn't. My research was lacking.
No.
I want to hear. I want to hear about it. So we'll come back. This is Cheryl Preheim. We are old friends. We've known each other for a long time, and I have watched her career blossom all the way from an internship to multiple roles as news anchor in television in various in Denver and now Atlanta. We'll be back. It's 8:21. You're with John Baggett. It's your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Picking and grinning here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. I'm John Baggett. It is 8:25. Friends call me Bags. You can too. You can reach me here in the studio if you got a question. Text me, would you, at 307-278-9598. You can always reach me on my email at wyomingbags with 2 G's 307 at gmail.com. 307-278-9598. And your buddy Bags into the Zoom room here. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming, Cheryl, which is where I started my radio career in December 6, 1980. I remember it well because 2 nights later, as I was on the air for the second night of my life, John Lennon was murdered. And so I remember it well. That was indication, like some things that happened in your world, that this would be a cool career to be involved there. So that's where I start, right up the road here at KROE Radio in Sheridan, Wyoming, then to Laramie, then to Cheyenne, then to Denver. And you then to Atlanta, Georgia. It is 11 Alive, the NBC affiliate there in Atlanta is where you are now, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's right. So NBC Denver to NBC Atlanta, stayed in the family. I've stayed in the same company my entire career, which I think is more and more unusual, but it's been a fantastic ride. And it's neat because since we are all one company, I actually still work with a lot of my longtime friends out of Denver. When we do the Olympics together, we're still working as a team together, and we'll work on, company projects together. So it's been so much fun. So it feels like an extension, like, it wasn't a clean break and a new start in that way. It's really just been adding another city and another newsroom to my life, which has been terrific.
That's another aspect of your career that I'm curious about. What have you done, and which Olympics did you cover? So what role did you have?
Okay. My first Olympics was 2012 London. The London Summer Games, which was an awesome one to start with. And funny backstory on this one. So I was already a news anchor in Denver. And in radio you do everything. So I would do the interviews and I would, edit the sound and I'd feed it in. So I had a little bit of an experience of being a one-man band, But when I went to the news station, I worked with a photojournalist, and so it was more of a team sport. Right before those Olympics, before I knew where I was going, my boss approached me and said, "I'd love to send you to the Olympics, but there's one caveat. Would you be willing to learn to shoot a camera and edit?" So on the outside, I was like, "Thank you for the opportunity. That sounds fantastic." On the inside, I'm like, "Oh no, this is going to be a disaster because I have to have my husband help me program the TV remote. Like, this is not in my comfort zone, right?" But I recognized the opportunity and I was like, I have to believe if I just give it a shot, get out of my comfort zone and work hard enough, this is going to be okay. So I gave it a shot, really leaned on the people around me to help teach me and got ready. And part of it is I knew the Franklins. A lot of people may know the name Missy Franklin, 5-time Olympic gold medal swimmer. I knew her family. I knew her very well. So to be able to follow her to the Olympics was kind of personally meaningful too. So that was a good motivator as well. So that was my first Olympics. And I took my 60 pounds of gear and my backpack and my camera and edited and did all the things and have been doing it ever since. So I'm getting ready for my 8th Olympics in Italy. So we've done London, Sochi, Russia, Rio, Brazil, Pyeongchang, South Korea, Tokyo, Beijing, Paris, and we'll be in Milan in January, February.
I can relate the technology side of it. I did get an opportunity. They said, if Bags, if you'll produce Peter Boyle's show live from Tel Aviv, Israel, you can go and you can be the producer. However, you also have to be the technical producer.
Right, exactly.
And those
you think,
of
okay.
us is so that was
It's like a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down because one, covering the Olympics felt like a dream. And I love sports. I love this event. You know me, I love anything that brings people together and you see the best in people and it's unifying and it's joyful and it's celebrating. And so all of those things felt like a dream to me. And then to see all these incredible places around the world that wasn't in my budget to travel to was just icing on the cake. And then to be able to be with Olympians and their families, because we spend, lots of time with them in the years leading up to the games. So it's not just in those 2 weeks at the games. We spend time with them over the course of many years. There's some of these athletes now I've spent 10 years with kind of regularly. So you really get a neat connection and they become an important part of your lives and their families, and you see what they sacrifice and what they go through. And I always think there's such a greater lesson about pursuing a goal, pursuing a dream, needing people to support you in that, feeling like the journey is as much the win than whether you make it to the podium or not. All of those things. It's been a real joy in my career.
The career decision to get you that pass, and so the access that very, very few people actually have. Behind the scenes stuff, I bet you saw a lot of that.
Yeah, it's so fantastic. Here we are. So in Wyoming, I'm sure a lot of people follow Michaela Schifrin. So I met Michaela and her mom and dad living in a condo outside of Vail when she was turning 15, 16 years old, before she'd really been on the international scene, and got to know her parents. Incredibly down to earth, wonderful family. And seeing her meteoric, she is the most decorated skier in the world all time, man or woman. And she can go as long as she wants to, right? She's just winning like crazy and gone through a lot, but really, really neat to see all of that. So behind the scenes, we're at her first Olympics in Russia, 2014. She's like 17 years old, 18 years old. And it's kind of rainy. That climate in Sochi was a subtropical, so it was really rainy, which is not good for skiing and snow, as you know. And so here we are, and it's her gold medal race in the slalom, and it's pouring. it's like the worst conditions, but she didn't complain at all, by the way. She was like such a pro about it.
Yeah, that's just a trait of Wyoming folks, just saying.
Yeah, for sure. Because like
Tough.
everyone else is like, it was like sloppy, soupy snow. And this is the gold medal moment. So I'm with Matt Renew, who is a KUSA 9 News Mountain Bureau reporter for 20 years. And we're at the bottom, and it's and the rain has soaked through our ski jackets. I mean, it was that wet, soaked through everything. And so we see some of the volunteers, and we're trying to, play a game of, Pictionary, because I don't speak Russian. And so they figured out what we were trying to say, which was, can we borrow some trash bags? And so we just put trash bags over ourselves and put our hands, made holes, put our arms through it. And we ended up wearing trash bags on our bodies and our cameras so that we could, protect ourselves and the gear for the gold medal race. So when Michaela wins her first gold medal ever in her career, she comes down and she knows us. So she skis right to us. We say, congratulations. And the first thing out of her mouth is, you should belt that. That's a nice look, And here I was wearing a trash bag, very glamorous,
I mean, I'm not offended at all. Trash bags. I've been called
I loved it.
I've been called trash bags. But, okay, so, all right. So I wanted to get to this. I'm very curious. You described it, Cheryl, as a series that you've done for 8 years now, consistently. Brave Conquers Fear. A guy like me, I coached 16 years, middle school aged boys. I'm a rah-rah kind of guy. Just the way I'm built, And so that sounds to me like something I would be interested in. Would you describe Brave Conquers Fear for me and my audience?
Yeah, absolutely. This was right around the Rio Olympics in 2016. My son at the time was 7 years old, and he had been playing outside with his older brother playing basketball. And he came in and he, as a parent, you just know when it's a skin knee versus something's really wrong. And I knew something was really wrong. And he said, "Mom, I have a cramp in my heart." And I thought, what kid says that? And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, when you get a cramp in your leg, it feels like that in my heart." And so I thought, we have to call the doctor. So I called the doctor. Long story short, got him right into a cardiologist. And, by the end of the night, we had a cardiologist explaining to us that his heart wasn't functioning. There was a valve that was not pushing blood through his body, probably working at about 40%, and he was going to need open heart surgery. We didn't even know that he had any issues. I mean, it was like wake up in the morning and you think everything's fine, and when you go to bed that night, your first grader needs a pretty extensive open heart surgery. And in that moment, I just remembered a drawing that he had made, just kind of doodling at the kitchen counter when I was making dinner. And he was talking about, I want to have a t-shirt business, Mom, and I have some t-shirt designs. And he drew this t-shirt design, and it said, "Brave Conquers Fear." And it was in a black Sharpie. And I remember taking a picture of it, one, because I thought it was such a cool saying, but two, because I thought, hey, this kid knows how to spell conquers. That's pretty good. So I snapped a picture and kept it. And when we were in the cardiologist's office, I just remembered it. And I thought, he had a sense of something he was going to need before any of us knew that he was going to need it. And so before that big open heart surgery, a group of friends of ours surprised us and printed out all these T-shirts with his drawing on it.
Awesome.
So we all wore it to the hospital the day of his open heart surgery. And then as he was recovering, we would give them to nurses and doctors and people who were so integral in rebuilding his heart and making it function again. And then Kim Christensen, months after we got out of the hospital, we did that very privately. I didn't post about it online. It was very just a private thing for our family. And she asked if we would be willing to share the story. So I trust Kim. She's a dear friend. Yes. She has a heart of gold. And so
wonderful professional as well.
Yeah. And so she came in and she talked to Joshua and she talked to my family and shared the story of Brave Conquers Fear. And after that story bag, so many people reached out with other stories of people overcoming and going through challenges and getting to the other side and sort of the greater message and things they learned about that. And I thought there's something really special here. So that's how Brave Conquers Fear started. So for the last 8 years, I've just been sharing other people's stories of things that they face in their lives and the people who help them get through that. And it's like we can all see ourselves in different stories, whether the circumstances are the same or not, but just about what it takes to maybe get to the other side of something that's challenging. And it's meant so much. I'm working on a 30-minute documentary right now with a young lady who is incredible. She a high school tennis player, had strep throat and became septic and went into septic shock and nearly died and lost all 4 of her limbs, and how she is pursuing this next part of her life as an 18-year-old now in a way that is incredibly humbling and so inspiring. And so that's our latest story. But so it started as a doodle on the kitchen counter and a personal experience for our family, and it's just become this way to share other people's journeys for the last 8 years.
Wow, that is incredible. And how is your son?
He's awesome. He's doing great. He's doing great. You know, when he's little, he has this huge scar, and he said when he was like 7, he'd say, "I think of it as my exclamation point.
Yeah.
Like, this must mean I'm going to have a big life." And it is a big life when something you go through, you know, gives other people maybe a platform to be able to share what they've gone through too. And he's met so many of the other kids over the years that we've shared stories with. So it's really beautiful. We still hand out those t-shirts to this day, and he's doing awesome.
Awesome. That's wonderful. Amen to that. I'm sure the folks that you're doing these stories on now recognize the empathy and can relate. It is 8:39. I know you've got a busy mom life here, family life, and I'm interrupting it. But I did want really quickly to, first of all, cyber high five that you have won multiple Emmys, the Murrow Award. Maybe briefly, for what did you earn Emmys for? Ones that you would have highlighted over. You go through all 22.
Oh gosh,
22, and then the Murrow Award. You could those of us in the business know that name very well and how prestigious that really is. So. What can you tell us?
Well, I won't bore you with the 22 different, but lots of different kinds of stories. Anchoring, which means a lot of anchoring Emmys, breaking news Emmys. Brave Conquers Fear, our 30-minute special that we do every year, won an Emmy, and that meant so much that one belongs to Joshua. Amen. And then actually a couple of Brave Conquers Fear stories, and I just have this tradition now of if someone that I've profiled, if their story wins the Emmy, I give them the Emmy because it really belongs to them. I'm just the storyteller, but it belongs to them. So I always gift them the Emmy when those win, which means a lot. And of the first National Edward R. Murrow Award I ever won was in radio, and that meant a lot because it was for use of sound, and it was telling the story of a little girl when cochlear implants were pretty new, and it's a device that helps someone who does not hear learn to hear. And I did a story on her experience learning to hear for the first time, and that was a radio story. So that was the first one, and that meant a lot. But the other one that meant a lot from the National Edward R. Murrow Award was a little girl named Addie, and she's a kindergartner, and she had asked her mom what Veterans Day meant when she was little, and her mom started talking to her about that. And she just had this heart to ask, like, well, what could we do to help? And so as a 5-6-year-old, she decided she wanted to adopt a soldier, and she would start sending him letters and gifts. And then pretty soon this kindergartner inspired her whole school to help. And then she'd raise money, and it became such a beautiful, bigger thing. And I profiled this story of Addie and what she called her soldier, Sean. And when he came home from Afghanistan for a 2-week trip home, he made a point to spend some time with Addie, and the first time they met and what that meant for him. He carried a little picture of her on his weapon in combat. And then we were with them both when he came home from his tour of duty in Colorado Springs, and they have the beautiful reception. I could cry thinking about it when they walk in the room, and here she is, then she was 7, and just their connection and their relationship. And so Addie's story won the National Murrow too, which meant a lot.
It means a lot to me, too. I try to do a regular feature on veterans issues here on Cowboy State Daily Radio on Saturday mornings. I have a son currently serving. He's a captain and commander at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. So I have a soft spot in my heart for those guys, and try to do as much recognition and provide them with as much information as I can. All right, Cheryl, like I said, I recognize a mom who's got a day off, and she's spending that time with me, but you need to know that those of us who've known you for a long time are very proud of your accomplishments. You earned everything you have. You were always a hard worker, even as an intern at 850 KOA in Denver when we met, and now doing a wonderful job with 11 Alive, and you are now afternoon drive, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, anchoring the newscast, and all the way from little old CU internship at KOA Radio. So thank you. And God bless you. It's so good to see you. You look great. I can't believe it's been that long. You don't look like it.
I can't believe it either. Hey, listen, I want to say thanks to your son for his service, and just recognize the sacrifice for everybody who loves those who serve. So thanks to you and your wife for that, and your family. And it's just so good to see you. And thank you for all of the help you gave me in the early years. It just means a lot to be in touch and see you again. So I've really loved the time. Thank you so much.
Hey, hugs to the family. Thank you. God bless you. Cheryl Preheim, 4 o'clock drive time anchor at 11 Alive in Atlanta, Georgia, formerly of Channel 9 KUSA in Denver, and an old friend. Thank you, and have a great day. We'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's 8:44 in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Hey, good morning and welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It was fun reminiscing with Cheryl Preheim. Very proud of her accomplishments, and you can see the sincerity with which she does her job. There are people like that in media. We do have a bad rap, and sometimes well-deserved. But she's one of the good ones. For sure. Congratulations on all your success, Cheryl. Hope to talk to you again soon. As I've mentioned before here on my show, during the week, most of the time I'm busy working for folks who are looking to buy or sell property. I work with Bruce Garber and Rosemary Garber and the great team at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. I'm licensed throughout the state of Wyoming. Of course, I've known Bruce since we were teenagers, and he's shown me the ropes of how to do and how, with the kind of integrity and honesty that he does things with at Century 21. So whether selling or buying property, I'm available. You can text me here at 307-278-9598, 307-278-9598 if you are looking to buy or sell property anywhere in Wyoming, because Century 21 has an incredible, vast network of great real estate agents. If I don't know enough about a property, let's say in Afton or Newcastle or Baggs, Wyoming, I can find somebody who's well-trained and ethical in the business to help you. You can check out some of our inventory at century21bhj.com, or you can, again, text me or leave me a voice message as that number, 307-278-9598. Let me know what you're looking for, and I can send you a link to my website. On my website, I have listings, current listings. I have mortgage rate information. There's a mortgage calculator there. There's a customizable search option so that you can narrow the property you're looking for, whether it's a condo, a townhouse, a 15,000 acre ranch, and everything in between. You can find that, and you can narrow the search to your criteria. And also you can sign up for my newsletter. I'll send you a newsletter every week, and it'll have information of new listings and so forth. So 307-278-9598, or you can email me at work at John, John, at c21bhj.com. Okay, so we have weather coming in, folks. A Don Day weather forecast has a front coming through, significant amount of moisture with it. Of course, it's the concern we have is that it'll turn to snow in the high country, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. It's hunting season, so there's a lot of folks up there right now. My wife and I were just up there, and yeah, we saw the guys out scouting and finding their camping spot. And I hope to join them here later in the month. But this chance of rain, breezy in much of Wyoming today, with snow possible in those high country areas. So hunters, take care, whatever that means to you. Do you have chains? Are you prepared? And it's going to be cooler with highs in the 50s and low 60s today in most of Wyoming. And the lows will be near 30 degrees to mid-40s. In the mid-40 areas, rain. In the upper 20s and low 30s, probably snow. Right now, Casper, it is cloudy and some rain in the area. Breezy today, a high near 69 degrees. Wind gusts up to 31 miles per hour. So hang on to your hat, Cowboys. In Glen Rock, it is rain is likely today there as well. Up there in the high country where some of my friends live, you guys might get some snow. And right now it's partly cloudy and about 54 degrees there. In Kemmerer, my wife was born in Kemmerer, just FYI. She claims to be a Wyoming native. She wasn't there long, but she was born there, so we'll give her that. It's partly cloudy right now in 43. They're going to have rain and a breezy today with a high near 53. Wind gusts of 31 miles per hour or more. Mostly cloudy and breezy overnight with a chance of rain and a low near 33 degrees. So probably won't snow there. Afton, here's where we could get a little bit higher with possibility of snow later on. And so some areas rain, some areas snow. Right now in Sheridan, it looks like light rain. I'm looking out the window. I'm not even looking at the official weather from Don Day. I'm just doing an observation through the window. It's cloudy at the very least. It looks like it's drizzling. You heard my conversation with Cheryl. You know, I've got to watch her entire career. She's gone from an intern. I used to watch her on the news. As some of you know, I 32 years in Denver media after starting my career right here in Sheridan at KROE. Thank you, and rest in peace, Kim Love, for giving me that opportunity. And so now I'm doing this 6A to 10A show on Saturdays. I was doing a midday show, 10 to 2, over at 98.3 The Peak here in Sheridan, which that operation closed shop, and I thought I was done with radio. I said, you know what, 42 years at that point, I guess, let's try something different. So I got myself licensed in real estate. Bruce Garber was a good man, and I trust him, and he has kind of just walked me through with help from the entire crew there at the Century 21 office. So I decided when Jimmy Orr, our boss here at Cowboy State Daily, executive editor, asked me if I would come out of retirement and host a Saturday show. And I said, okay, well, what are you proposing here? What's it going to look like? And he said, kind of just your thing, Bags, your opinions, your thoughts, stuff that interests you, hopefully stuff that interests our listeners and viewers. And he said it's streaming, so you're seen as well as heard. That was an adjustment for me. We are on our website at cowboystatedaily.com. Has a drop down for radio. And most of the time you're going to see Jake Nichols. He does 6 to 10 a.m. on weekdays. And then on Saturdays, you'll see me, 6 to 10. And then on Sunday, soon as we get all the equipment set up and so forth in his home studio, Jeff Rickett is going to be a part of the team. So we'll be Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week with live morning radio, streaming, and broadcasting. I believe we are on now 5 Wyoming radio stations, broadcast stations, and there's talk about expanding that to more stations. So very proud of Jimmy and the team he's put together at Cowboy State Daily to cover the news. I mean, it's, if you don't have it already, now I've had the newsletter. It's actually an online newspaper. For years now, I've been getting that. I believe the subscription now, we have 98,000 subscribers to the email newsletter / newspaper. It really is an online newspaper. And Jimmy has done an incredible job of putting together some real journalists, some very talented writers, reporters, and we just recently said goodbye to Vicki Core, who's been doing the news for a long time here at Cowboy State Daily, doing news, podcasts, reporting, etc., editing as well. A lot of stuff here, and we wish her Godspeed as she has decided to pursue some other things. She's a very talented woman in the music world, and that's where her passion is at the moment, so she's going to pursue that. And so we've just recently welcomed, if you're hearing this strange voice at the top of the hour in the newscast, that's Mac Watson, and he is new to us, but not new to the business. He has been in media, particularly radio, for a very long time. So with my background in radio, I've done everything from on-air DJ, rock and roll DJ. I did at Cruisin' 1150 radio in Denver. It's turned me on to doo-wop music to this day, because we had the doo-wop lunch hour on Cruisin' 1150. And of course, at that time, I was about 23, 24 years old, maybe. And I certainly wasn't into that kind of music. I was into, Aerosmith and AC/DC and, Black Sabbath, that kind of stuff at the time. But here, I fell in love with that kind of music. Then eventually country music. And now I like all of it. But that was an opportunity to get into Denver radio, and then I ended up eventually at KOA radio in Denver, where I met Cheryl Preheim when she was an intern, and I was producing KOA's morning show. And it was, to this day, I describe it as my best time in radio. For about 4 years, I produced that morning show. I was... I had my finger on the pulse, knew everything that was going on in town. I had a black book with everybody's contact information. Nobody had a cell phone in those days or a smartphone. Well, anyway, got coming up, very interesting hour with Jerry Schemmel, Colorado Rockies play-by-play and author and extreme bicyclist. He joins us here on Cowboy State Radio, Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Back in a flash. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is announcing that next week, over 3,500 acres of federal coal reserves in the Powder River Basin across Campbell and Converse counties will be auctioned off. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that this is the first major Wyoming coal lease sale in a decade.
The Bureau's expecting that there's going to be up to 365 million tons of coal available in that area. One coal expert told me they feel that this issue is going to completely turn around the state of Wyoming's economy and help us continue to stay competitive in a landscape that continues to demand more and more of our energy producers.
The agency said it will accept no less than $100 per acre for the coal, but hopes to only improve the highest cash bid that meets or exceeds fair market value. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double-checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. A person fatally shot Tuesday morning in Fort Collins, Colorado, was an airman serving at Cheyenne's F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this marks a troubling trend involving personnel from the base.
There have been at least 4 gunshot incidents resulting in injury or death and involving Wyoming-based airmen this year. In March, there was the incident where they were shooting targets and they shot a Verizon cell phone tower worker. And then this summer, there was a fatality that was initially implicating a problematic gun, but then a person was arrested on suspicion of manslaughter for that. And then there was a shooting off base that resulted in a death, allegedly. And now the Fort Collins case of an airman dying in a gunshot incident Tuesday.
The man who died was an airman, and the second person was not, so says 90th Missile Wing Public Affairs Officer Lieutenant Reagan Lockhart. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
And a big battle is coming in 2026 between all the states in America. The battle is for attention, and the stakes for tourism are high. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that since next year's America's 250th birthday, many Americans will be looking for a one-of-a-kind experience, and Wyoming is gearing up to offer some of the best.
Wyoming is advantaged in so many ways when it comes to the 250th celebration year. Americans are going to be seeking out iconic, once-in-a-lifetime experiences for this occasion. Millions of dollars are going to be spent. I think Wyoming has a great chance to collar a huge slice of that American pie because, look, our history here is just so bound up in the formation of America, the westward expansion. When it comes to American iconic history, Wyoming has it. Across the state, every community is planning something. I think Buffalo Bill Center of the West told me they're going to have a documentary that's through the eyes of the buffalo, so you can see what the state was like in 1776. So I think we have a great chance to capture huge economic benefit from the tourism if we approach it right.
Meanwhile, every state already has an America 250 committee working on plans to deliver unique experiences that showcase the nation's history. It's shaping up to be a great birthday in July of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily. It's 9:05 on a Saturday with your host, John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. Having a problem connecting with my guest into the Zoom room. Jerry Schemmel is scheduled to be here. He is the Colorado Rockies play-by-play voice along with Jack Corrigan. Jerry was also the Denver Nuggets play-by-play host for 18 years. Jerry's also a motivational speaker, endurance cyclist. That means he's cross-country racing. He's an author. He also was a plane crash survivor. Back in 1989, many of us remember on July 19th, the United Flight 232 crash in Sioux City, Iowa. So I'm going to try and connect with Jerry. In the meantime, okay, I'm going to do this newscast real quick and then try to connect with Jerry because I could just see this being a very interesting conversation. So stand by. We'll be right back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. The junior senator from Wyoming, Cynthia Lummis, has written a letter to President Donald Trump. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senator Lummis is urging the president to pardon a Wyoming diesel delete mechanic who was just released from prison and living in Cheyenne.
In the early 2000s, 2010 era, those early emission systems were pretty clunky and could cause problems in your truck. Pretty soon after, the EPA started pursuing criminal charges against guys that were doing that. Senator Lummis, in her letter, said this is unequal prosecution. This looks political.
Lake, who has been released early from the Colorado-based federal prison that held him for 7 months, is now on home confinement with an ankle monitor. The BLM announced its intent to amend the Rock Springs RMP and opening a 30-day comment period on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that after years of being drafted, then declared finished, then put back on hold, the Bureau of Land Management's controversial plan for managing millions of acres in central Wyoming is again open for public comment.
It was seemingly settled last December, but then we had a change in presidential administrations and things kind of changed. They decided they were going to put it on hold, and now the latest is they're going to go ahead and the BLM has put it up for revision and public comment. There was a 30-day comment period began today. What folks are saying is that this leans more toward what a lot of people in Wyoming have said they want all along, less restrictive on things such as energy development or cattle grazing or motorized access.
Wyoming State Senator Larry Hicks tells Cowboy State Daily that there's reason to hope it will get done right this time and the matter will finally be settled. However, some environmental groups criticize the move to revise the plan yet again, saying it should remain as is when the BLM finalized it in December of 2024. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Wyoming weather is never boring. Friday temperatures will be scorching, but then a shift starts on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports parts of Wyoming will see snow for the very first time this season.
Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day has already called for a longer, colder, snowier winter that's going to start sooner, and there's still the indications that we're going to start dipping into more of that winter weather as we get further into October.
Laramie and Cheyenne could break their record highs for Friday with temperatures near or at 80 degrees, while Lusk is expecting to hit about 83. By Sunday, it could be 30 degrees cooler or more. And the State Board of Land Commissioners approved 2 50-year lease extensions for operating wind farms in Carbon County, but not before Secretary of State Chuck Gray and State Treasurer Kurt Meyer sparred over the merits of wind energy. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports that each project has been operating under a 25-year lease before the board voted 3-2 on Thursday to extend both of them.
I actually caught up with Governor Mark Gordon, who ended up being the tie-breaking vote. He told me even if they didn't decide to approve the lease extensions, the wind farms would still operate. They just wouldn't be on state land or under state control.
Meyer, Governor Gordon, and State Auditor Christy Racines voted yes. Gray and Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Dagenfelder were the dissenting votes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Zoom room. You're on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Hey, looking good there in the Zoom room, my friend. Thanks for tuning in and getting up early with me this morning.
Yeah, no problem at all, John. Sorry about that. I lost my internet for a little bit there. I finally just got it back and in my apartment here, so I'm good to go.
Sounds like you need me as your technical guy there.
I need something for sure.
No, that's a big joke, as my fans here and listeners will attest to, is this new format that I have. It's just me when things go wrong, so I can relate. No problem, my friend. But, I was very excited. I think you know already how I feel about you. So just to explain to people our background, number one, quickly I'll introduce you as Colorado Rockies play-by-play and color. You and Jack switch back and forth, which I think is somewhat unique, right? I mean, not everybody does that.
Yep.
But for the Rockies for what, like the last 10 years? How long have you been doing this?
14. Just finished the 14th year. Yeah, it goes fast.
Shocker. But before that, when I knew you as a Nuggets play-by-play as well, I remember that because I actually produced the last Nuggets game that aired on KOA before they switched and got the Rockies franchise and the broadcast rights at KOA. I was able to work with Scott Hastings and some of you crazy guys on that side and the Nuggets game. So that's when I first became aware of you. So that part of it, media guy, if my listeners are like, man, Bags, you talk to a lot of media people. Well, I've sent out the warning, if you're a friend, coworker, your phone might ring, and because we're going to talk about it. You're also a motivational speaker. I have heard you motivationally speak, and it was wonderful. You came to our church. I don't know if you remember that, but at the time it was Light and Life Community Church in Lakewood, and then became the River Church in Lakewood, us crazy free Methodists. You came and talked to us there. And you're also an endurance cyclist, extreme, maybe, endurance cyclist. We'll talk about that a little bit because it's not the typical, bike path with your dog kind of thing. Yeah. You're an author, and I want to talk about the books you've written. How many books have you written?
3.
Okay.
3 books.
I am aware of those 3. So that I just wanted to see if you had written any more. But you're also a survivor of the United Flight 232 crash that was in Sioux City, Iowa. That those of us of a certain age, that was July 19th of 1989. Those of us old enough certainly remember that and the images of that plane, because it was caught on video tumbling through that cornfield in Iowa back in 1989, Flight 232. But I want to get to that a little bit later because you are one interesting cat. I'll tell you that right now. A little bit about you. Where are you from? Tell me a little about your family, maybe your education. You are educated, right? Well,
no education. No, probably overly educated. In fact, no. Grew up in a little town, John, in South Dakota, Madison, South Dakota, about 45 miles from Sioux Falls, which is the biggest city in that state. And I went to Washburn University in Topeka, Kansas, and played baseball there. And then I have a law degree. They have a law school at Washburn. I went there as well. So graduated with a degree in communications and then a law degree. And got married, been divorced now for 3 years. Yeah, 3 years now, but was married for 35 before that. 2 kids and 3 grandkids, and couldn't be blessed more by them.
Yeah, you bet. And you mentioned, too, your hometown. How did you end up in Denver?
I took a job in Denver. I was working for the Continental Basketball Association, which was the NBA's minor league system back then. And I was working for one of the teams, and then I got hired in their front office. I was got hired as deputy commissioner of that league, and their office is based in Denver. So in 1989, just 3 months before that plane crash, I moved from Kansas to Denver, and then the plane crash happened, and everything got a little crazy after that.
So I want to talk a little bit. One of the things that I'm fascinated about, and the thing I know the least about you, is what is termed the endurance cycling. I remember your race across America. I remember you doing that. But this is something that you are passionate about. You are an endurance cyclist. What's the difference between that and just bike racing?
Endurance cycling is it's craziness. It's screws loose, Bags. It's it's going hundreds of miles at one time, racing across America. And to give you a little background how this whole thing got started, after the plane crash, I was looking for something I could kind of do on a regular basis physically that would help me recover from that plane crash. And someone suggested cycling. Cycling is a really great therapeutic type of activity. And I thought, I'll dust my bike off. And I did that. It just felt great. It just felt natural. It was my first means of transportation, and I just love being in that saddle. And that turned into a couple rides across America just for charity, not a race, but doing 100 miles a day with my family. Did that twice. And then in 2015, I did the race across America. But in between, I'd done a lot of century rides, 100 milers, 200 milers, and just really enjoyed that. I know it sounds crazy, but I enjoy riding my bike all day long, getting up early and riding, and then riding until the sunset. So that's kind of how it started, and that's what really an endurance cyclist is.
So you did it for charity. What was the purpose of the race across America? What were you trying to accomplish?
The race across America, we raised money for orphanage in Haiti. So a friend of mine was building a building there, and we helped put that building up. So I think we raised, $85,000 or something like that. Didn't pay for the whole thing, but we helped do that. The other two rides I did across America in the early 2000s, one was to raise money for a playground at Children's Hospital, which we did, and it's still there. It looks beautiful. And the other thing was, the second year was raising money for an athletic field at a Christian school that my kids were going to, and that's there as well. So really, really great causes and lots of fun doing it.
So you have an incredibly interesting media career. I do want to talk about that. I got my first break here. I'll do that, and when we come back, your media beginnings. Where are the humble beginnings of your broadcast career? Jerry Schemmel is our guest, Rockies play-by-play. We'll eventually get to a conversation about the Rockies. Just want to get your insight a little bit on what we can look forward to now that it's behind us by a week or so that season. We'll do that too. But yeah, I want to hear a little bit about, because guys like me, I'm here, my hometown where I started in December 6, 1980, and I'm back here 40 years later doing radio again. So I want to hear about your experience. We'll be back after this here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. I'm John Baggett. My friends call me Bags. Jerry Schemmel in the Zoom room. We'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
you see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors.
Hey, good morning and welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday morning edition with Buddy Baggs, John Baggett. Talking to Jerry Schubel, Rockies play-by-play. 18 years he spent as the Denver Nuggets play-by-play host. Pretty interesting life in media there, Jerry. I was curious about where that began. Was it high school ball, like most of us?
It was a little station back in Kansas. Needed somebody to do some high school football and basketball games. So I had no idea what I was doing, but I got on the air and started doing play-by-play. I was thinking about this recently, Bags. I wish I had the tape of that very first game I did and see how far I've come, because I was absolutely terrible. I couldn't believe how bad it was. But no, humble beginnings that way, high school games. And then I got a big break doing my alma mater, Washburn University. I did their football and basketball games a couple of years later, just really fortunate to get that job. And then I worked in minor league basketball for the CBA for 4 years, and then got that big break in Minnesota, the Timberwolves for 2 years. Their second and third years of existence, they had over-the-air TV and radio their first year. Their second year, they got a cable TV package, and so I did those games. So did those games for 2 years, and then came to Denver and started doing the Nuggets, and like you said, did them for 18 seasons.
Wow, incredible. I mean, did you go right into play-by-play? Were you doing color commentary? And who were you working with, if anyone?
I was doing it by myself, basically. Yeah, which is the way you did it back then, because nobody had any money to pay anybody, as you probably know when you started. So I think I might have had a couple Washburn football players that volunteered and just wanted to get some experience. So I did that. But mainly I did those games myself. And though 18 years I did the Nuggets, I did by myself too. Didn't have a color guy doing those games either.
Yeah, I was lucky enough when I was doing play-by-play football and basketball in Laramie, Wyoming, to have Terry Cortez. We called him the coach as my color guy. I always thought play-by-play was much easier than color. And Terry went on to a very significant job as a executive producer for not TBS, that's Atlanta, WGN in Chicago. And so here we have these humble beginnings. And the guy that I work with during the day is at the station Q98 in Cheyenne, is the executive editor of Cowboy State Daily. So these guys went on to legitimacy. I went on to the Fox in Denver and doing the goofball radio.
You did okay for yourself, Bags. You did okay.
It's paid the bills, and it helped me raise a beautiful family. So I have no complaints. Here in Wyoming, I teased a little bit as we were communicating about getting you on this show. I want to know who your media heroes are, because here Kurt Gowdy, who I was blessed enough to work for, both in the Laramie and Cheyenne stations, were part of the Kurt Gowdy Sports Radio Network. And he lived here, and he lived there, and his office was in that Cheyenne radio station. And I'd be sitting here like this, and I'd look over there into his office, and he'd be sitting there. Now, remember, I'm of the era where American Sportsman, the Cincinnati Reds were my team growing up, and so he was the one calling the World Series games. He was the one calling the Super Bowls, and then he was sitting right over there and looking in to the studio at me, and once at a game I was doing play-by-play, and I still think it was at Cheyenne East, the old gym with a crow's nest broadcast booth, and he walks into the gym and comes up the stairs. And I can remember being so out of breath, I almost hyperventilated because he shouldn't be here. I don't want him to see me doing this, but that was my experience. How about you? I got a great picture here of Vin Scully and you together. Oh my God. You talk about legendary voices. There's Vin Scully. I'm going to show, those are streaming, Jerry. We stream and we broadcast, so some can see it and some cannot. And the ones that cannot, you can go, we're archiving all of our shows. And so you can, go back and check out if I'm referencing something, or you can listen to the whole 4 hours if you want. There we go. Vin Scully, are you kidding me? And it looks like you're at Dodger Stadium too.
Yep, that's extra ticket in his booth. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It was the season where he was retiring. So he let anybody in want to come and take a picture. And so I said, heck yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, he was probably my baseball broadcast hero.
Okay.
I had some other ones, but when it comes to broadcasting baseball, I think he was by far the best, and everybody emulated him. Everybody wanted to be like Vin. So he was, in terms of baseball, Jim Nance, in terms of TV play-by-play. He was so versatile. He did football, he did basketball, and he did them so very well. He was a real hero of mine as well. So, and then there was a couple other guys in the NBA that were radio play-by-play guys, and that's what I really want to do. I want to do radio play-by-play in the NBA, and I would listen at night or go online later on and just steal stuff from people. I would listen to them and I would write it down and say, I really like the way this sounds. I'm going to say it this way. I didn't really like the way that went, so I'm not going to say it that way. So I stole a lot of stuff from people, and then I sort of blended all that and made it my own style. But yeah, there were probably 3 or 4 NBA radio guys that I listened to a lot that really helped me out.
Yeah, you were not stealing a whole lot from Harry Carey, I noticed.
Nope.
Those super stations. You couldn't help at least be interested in the Cubs and the Braves because of those super stations, which preceded anything else as far as national coverage. But as I mentioned, I was a Cincinnati Reds fan growing up because I played catcher all through high school and Legion ball, and Johnny Bench was my hero. I still, whenever I get to pick a number, I pick number 5 because Johnny Baggett, Johnny Bench, it's a natural. But now I wasn't as big a NBA basketball fan as I was football, NFL, and Major League Baseball fan. But I was a Nuggets fan. And I've got a complaint.
Uh-oh.
So I moved from Denver after 32 years and a lot of mediocre and poor Denver Nugget seasons. I moved to back home to Sheridan, Wyoming, and all of a sudden the Nuggets are one of the best teams in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's like the day after I left, too. That's how I look at it. But Nuggets calling, which is easier or better or more fun? Major League Baseball broadcast or a NBA basketball broadcast?
I think it's to me, and I'm probably in the minority this way, John, doing an NBA game is easier than doing a baseball game. It's just rapid fire. The ball is always moving. The score is always changing. Where in baseball, you have one pitch and there's 15 seconds of nothing. Yeah. So you have to really be extra prepared, anecdotes, stories, more stats, all that sort of thing. So, but doing the games, baseball is more fun for me. It's more enjoyable. I like the pace a little bit better, especially with the pitch clock now. You don't have 4-hour games anymore. So the game itself, I like broadcasting. I think it's easier though to do basketball, and I still do some college stuff around Denver. So I still get my little fix of basketball, which I still really, really enjoy.
I noticed you didn't mention because I just popped up a picture of you and Jack Corrigan, your partner, as far as your heroes. I'm just kidding. Jack's a great guy. I'm a big fan of his. He was kind enough to come on the show and lend some credibility to this Bags broadcast. But I've got the three of you in there with Jesse Thomas, your producer. They're in the KOA 850 KOA broadcast booth. And how long has Jesse been your producer?
See, Jesse, this was Jesse's 9th season.
You bet.
So,
To keep guys together in this business, I don't have to tell you, that ain't easy.
No.
And now, of course, maybe not the first season or two, but now you guys are just a coordinated Swiss watch practically. It's amazing how, that much experience together makes for such a, and I'm sure some days you don't think so, but we do. A lot of us still do, where we'll have the game on television while we're listening, and listening to you guys do the play-by-play. But another thing is, just so you know, the second most affiliates in the Rockies network is in which state? Wyoming. So you can get, if you have just an AM radio, let's say you're driving a classic car, and that's happened to me recently. You're driving a car that just has AM FM radio. You can drive and go from affiliate to affiliate from Denver all the way up here to Sheridan, Wyoming. We're about 13 miles as the crow flies from the Montana border, right here in the middle of the state, the base of the Bighorns. God's country.
Yep.
And you could start getting it faded out of Douglas or wherever. Then you pick up Casper, and then you get a little bit further, and you get up to Buffalo, etc. So Wyoming, we are, as far as Major League Baseball is concerned, this is Rockies country for sure.
Yeah. But I think someone told me you could get our games at night up and down I-25, all the way to Mexico and all the way up to, like you said, to Montana.
Well, on KOA too.
Yeah,
KOA at night, you can pick up. When I was a kid, I worked at a ranch farm outside of Wheatland, Wyoming, and we would listen to Broncos broadcasts on 850 KOA in the middle of nowhere, like Medicine Bow, Wyoming. At night, you could pick up the blowtorch, and it's the beginning of me trying to talk like a DJ and pretend I was on the air driving a tractor, mile-long wheat strips this way and that way at 16 years old, trying to stay awake, but listening to some of my heroes in Bob Martin, for example, in these small towns in Wyoming. But excuse me, I agree with you. Play-by-play with basketball, I would say, is the easiest of them all, because you're doing play-by-play. Now, if you're doing play-by-play and color, which you said you were doing, that to me would be a little bit more difficult.
Well, the way I look at it is that in basketball, there's always something happening. So if you're going to be a really good play-by-play guy, Bags, you cover every pass and every score change, and you got to stay on the action and not get behind, not hear on the radio whistle like a referee's whistle when I'm still talking. To me, that's a no-no. So for me, it is let's do every pass, let's do every score change, and to me, it just adds up. I don't think there's really time for a color guy. And I did some high school games recently. They needed to fill in Greeley, so I did some high school games, and I had a color guy doing there, and he really didn't have time to say much. So maybe I talked too much. I don't know. Maybe that was a problem, but I just don't think there's a whole lot of time for it. Football, different. Absolutely. There's a play, and then you got that time in between plays, and you need someone to tell you what happened. So I think football is a little bit different. Basketball, color guy in my mind, really not mandatory.
A lot of time in baseball, though.
Yep.
Really. So I got you beat in one area. I called a demolition derby in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Wow.
Live with your buddy Bags. Demolition derby.
You got me beat on that one.
Yeah.
You got me beat.
Take a back seat, pal. That's big time. All right. So I want to talk about I don't know which I should go first, because you wrote the book that I've read, The Chosen to Live. and I apologize for not. I know of Peddling with Purpose. I know of that one, but the Extravagant Gift, I don't.
Yeah.
So, first of all, why don't we talk a little bit about Chosen to Live, and in context with what I've already introduced is your experience with Flight 232, 1989. Sioux City, Iowa cornfield, a plane crash that you survived, but hundreds of people did not. And so Chosen to Live is inspired, I assume, by that experience in July 19th, 1989. Wow.
Yeah. Yep, it is. So Chosen to Live basically chronicles the crash itself. I go in a lot of detail about the crash and how I got on board and what happened afterward and all that. And then I would say that's probably the first half of the book. Second half is just life subsequent to it. And I tried to have some messages to people because I say this all the time and people look at me funny when I do it, but I think it's really true. Everybody has their own plane crash. If you live long enough, you're going to have a plane. It might not be as bad as what I went through. It might be worse. Bags, you have yours. I don't know what it is, but you've got a plane crash. And so I think my message is from this book, we all get knocked down sometimes. We all get knocked down. And if we let God help us back up, then we're going to be better than we were before we got knocked down. And that really is the theme of Chosen to Live. The Extravagant Gift, I became a Christian after the event about a year afterward. And I think one of my reasons for surviving the crash was to spread the gospel, to tell people about Christ. And I wrote the Extravagant Gift with that in mind. It can be difficult. It can be intimidating sharing the gospel. And Extravagant Gift is a short, concise message of the gospel. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes to read through. And I'm just able to hand it to somebody or send it to somebody. And it's been a tremendous evangelical outreach tool for me. And then Pedaling for Purpose is a devotional for cyclists. It's 100 days of cycling. So I wrote that, and that came out a couple of years ago, and that's been really well received as well. So yeah, really blessed with these 3 books for sure.
So you do the motivational speaking, as I mentioned earlier. You spoke at our church. It's been a few years. I don't remember how many. But what I do recall, you mentioned everybody has their plane crash in their life. You know, some crashes worse than others. And what I recall from that is all of us walking out of church that day. And one of my best friends was the pastor of that church, Dennis Jeffrey. And we're still best buddies. Him and I coming to each other, we said, okay, because at the time him and I were coaching middle school boys football, basketball, and baseball, and having the usual issues with coaching, and he comes to me and he says, boy, if you want to shut up about our and quit whining about our little problems. I remember putting it in perspective of what you experienced and coming that up. What I don't think I recall though, Jerry, is I thought that you became a Christian after the plane crash.
Right.
And I could see where the motivation would come from. But as you, and as I've known outside of you, that one of the things that you did was go back into the plane in that field with flames and wreckage and injured and deceased people around you. I made the assumption at one point in time that God's hand was on you because you made a difference in other people's lives by doing that. What's your perspective on it? I don't even know how to describe it. It just seems to me that it would take God to push me back into that plane.
Yeah. And I think you said it right. There's no question about it. God had his hand on me in that flight. Now, I think God had his hand on that flight as well. But if you say that to somebody family members who died in that crash, they might not see it that way. Right. But yeah, I'll tell you the circumstance. You know, we had lots of trouble getting out of the plane. I remember coming to a halt, and we're upside down, and there's smoke and flames everywhere. And I thought, well, for a moment, I've survived this crash, and I'm going to suffocate or burn up inside this plane. And I got on my seat and eventually made my way to the back of the plane. and filling up with smoke extremely quickly. I mean, it was just like somebody had a smoke machine there blowing into that cabin. And I finally got to the back where a lot of people I had seen had gone out, and I knew that was the exit. I could see sunlight and corn stalks out there. And I remember looking back and see if I might be able to grab somebody on my way out. And I didn't see anybody I could grab. And so I followed everybody else out this hole, got into a cornfield. And this is going to sound a little crazy, but I stepped into a cornfield and I heard a baby crying. And Bags, the next thing I know, I'm back inside the plane. I didn't think about it. I didn't weigh the risk. I didn't stand there and think, if I go back in the plane, I might not find my way back out. Or if I go back in this plane and rescue this little baby, I'll be a hero and all that. Man, it didn't happen that way. It just happened so quickly. And the next thing you know, I'm back inside the plane, couldn't see anything because smoke, and just honed in on the cries. And it turned out there was a 11-month-old baby girl that was thrown inside an overhead bin. And it had shut and locked on her, so she's trapped in there. Wow. But she's crying, so I could hear her. And we're upside down, so it's below me rather than above me. And I finally figured all this out, and the latch is still intact, and I just opened that lid and scooped her out and got outside the plane the second time. It just happened really, really quickly without even thinking it through.
Well, it has to be, occasionally you fly a lot. I'm a little bit perplexed by that. So occasionally, do these memories come back?
All the time, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Captain Haynes, who was our Al Haynes, who was cockpit captain that day, has since passed away a couple of years ago. But he told me at one point, this is probably 20 years after the crash, that he thought 3 out of 4 people who survived our crash had never flown again, or if they did it once or twice and couldn't do it again. So that's a big number. That's 3 out of 4 people who were never able to fly again. I was really lucky that way. I thought it was important to get back on a plane again. I remember thinking, if I'm going to be a broadcaster, I've got to fly. So let's just do this thing. So I flew back to Denver the next day after the crash. United had brought a plane in. I'm still trying to figure out how they landed the plane at that airport, but a day after the crash. But they did, and they took anybody who wanted to go that was out of the hospital back to Denver, and I volunteered for that. So that's probably and. I think I've told the story. Maybe you've heard it, maybe you haven't, but I was completely exhausted. This crash happened at 4:00 in the afternoon, and at 4:00 the next day, that plane went back to Denver that I was on, and I was completely exhausted. I hadn't slept at all. I was looking for my travel companion who died in the crash. I was going from hospital to hospital, went to the morgue at the airport for a little bit. And I was exhausted. So by the time I got on that plane 24 hours later, so basically it had been 2 days since I had slept, I found a seat, buckled my seatbelt, and the next thing that I remember, we're landing in Denver. I slept through the whole thing. So like I said in my book, I got bucked off the horse, then I got back in the saddle, and I fell asleep for an hour and a half. And that's probably the best way that it could have worked.
Yeah, that's a gift, is probably not remembering probably what you were seeing and what was happening around you.
Yep.
That's a gift. Okay, so, I mean, Chosen to Live, I put that up there. I'm sure it's available for people to purchase. Amazon, likely, and other sources. Is there a website or someplace that you would send them if they wanted to get it, or just get it at Amazon Books?
Amazon is the place. Yeah. It's been out a long time. There aren't a whole lot of them left. I mean, it's been 25 plus years, maybe close to 30 years since that book came out. So a little harder to find, but you can find it on Amazon.
And the Extravagant Gift and Pedaling with Purpose are also available.
Yep.
And just based on my experience with reading Chosen to Live, I'm sure they're excellent, and I just have to get after it. I'm about 5 books deep, standing by. I get up early, I go to bed, and I've turned 3 pages and I fall asleep.
That sounds familiar.
It takes forever. All right, when we get back from this break, get ready. We're going to talk about the Colorado Rockies. I'm a fan. I'm annoyed. And we're going to talk me and others off the ledge, okay? All right, we'll come back. Jerry Shebel. Here in the Zoom room on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Just stopped my little music bed there. Hey, it's your buddy Bags. I do Saturdays, 6A to 10A. Different topic, different guest. Got a podcast style each hour. At this hour in the Zoom room, it's Jerry Schemmel. He's an old friend, old co-worker. And I was looking at that picture of you, Jack Corrigan, and Jesse Thomas, your producer. And it reminded me, and I hope Jesse is listening or somebody sends him the link so he can, because I'm going to give him a shout out. You remember I transitioned into sales a while back there at KOA and had a lot of Rockies, Broncos, Buffs clients. And I used to come take them, these clients, advertisers, take them to the studio. And if I were the producer, I'd be annoyed because I'm one of those can do one thing at a time. I'm not a great multitasker. And Jesse always showed, he was so absolutely just respectful, courteous, and patient. Doing what he does while being so good at what he does. That was a guy that got it as far as from the the revenue side of things, and he really accommodated and made us feel welcome. You two as well. Absolutely, was a great way to sell Major League Baseball, was to bring somebody in to a broadcast booth from that view. And normally I'd time it so that when you guys were tossing Cracker Jack boxes out the window, you'd let my client, our advertiser, do that. So again, all three of you, but Jesse, thanks for your patience all those years of working with the Rockies Radio Network. So we made a transition to Rockies. At one point in the season, we were talking about setting a record for the worst win-loss record ever. But there was somewhat of a comeback. Still, what was it? What was the final tally? I had it written down, but I've lost the sheet of paper. It was like 37 and a lot.
A lot, right.
So here's the strange dichotomy here. We've sat through some extremely bad Rocky seasons, but we've also sat through a few really good ones, just enough to tease us to keep coming back. Coors Field is a fantastic way to spend an afternoon or an evening. A lot of fun. We would do it whether rain or shine or good or bad. Loved hanging out at Rockies. But having those seasons where the Rockies, we just keep hoping that we'll have another one. As a reminder, I caught a foul ball at the World Series in 2007. I'm just reminding folks.
Good for you.
I have a clean catch pin, Jerry. Again,
I'm impressed.
Between that and the Demolition Derby, I've got you trumped. Seriously, it's in a shrine if I had it close by.
Outstanding.
In fact, Jack had Brad Hopp sign the foul ball for me, too.
Nice.
Yeah. Clean catch.
Way to go, Bags. Didn't know you had that in you.
So
Good
that's
job.
happened. I don't know if that's a good thing because we've tasted it. We've tasted seasons like that, and then we have a season like this, and we've had a few more of those than the 2007 for sure. Talk me off the ledge a little bit, Jerry. Give me something positive to go with.
Yeah, I think number one, you've got a new general manager coming in, which I think was really needed, Bags. They let Bill Schmidt go on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, and they're going to bring somebody in from the outside. It's the first time they have done that in a long time. Fresh ideas, fresh eyes. I think it's really, really needed with this franchise. So new leadership is coming. So maybe some new thoughts about how to win at Coors Field. There is a group of young position players that are foundation pieces. You got an all-star shortstop who has a tough year because he was hurt. I think he missed 66 games, something like that. You got a Gold Glove center fielder, and you got an emerging catcher, Hunter Goodman, who was an all-star, who had one of the best catcher numbers offensively in Major League Baseball in the last 20 years. I mean, it's amazing what he is able to do. And there's some really good, intriguing arms in that bullpen. Some really good arms, so young arms, and three, 4 guys who can throw 100 miles an hour. So you've got the makings, but you've got to get starting pitching. And I think they understand that. And I think that anybody who takes over this job as a general manager, a president of baseball operations, whatever the title might be, understands that it starts with starting pitching and it ends with starting pitching. I mean, look at the playoffs right now. Look at Major League Baseball playoffs. The teams that have the great starting pitchers are the teams that have won, that have advanced. You have to have those guys. You have to have great starting pitching, and the Rockies don't have that. Their rotation just sort of fell apart this year. So there is a bright spot because there's some good young position players, some really good young talented guys, and some arms in the bullpen, but there has to be a change in that starting rotation. And I think everybody understands that. And when they address that, and the Rockies actually have a little money to spend this year, first time in a long time, and I think if they address that, then things might be able to turn around pretty quickly.
At one time, the Rockies were known for having a very high-quality farm system. Is that still the case? I mean, do they have that level Are they considered one of the better farm systems?
They are
today?
not. Yeah,
Not?
they're in the bottom half basically.
Okay.
So I think last time I looked, they were 21st out of 30 teams. So not a great farm system. It's been better the last couple of years because of some trades and some drafts they've made. But it's not. There's not a lot of depth there, especially with arms, especially with pitching. So that's got to change as well. If you're going to be a draft and develop team, you've got to do a better job than what the Rockies have done, especially with their pitching the last couple of years.
There's always that conversation about we keep packing them in at Coors Field. Yeah, and I can attest to that. We would go because, well, what do you want to do today? Well, what's better than being up there, up on the upper deck and watching a Major League Baseball game instead of sitting there in your living room watching it, having a cold beer and a burger. And Coors Field is such a great place to go and to see and to relax. Baseball can be very relaxing to view versus other sports. Is there that issue of motivation to invest at the levels that need to by the ownership?
I don't think so. I think that's probably lost in media and fans' reactions. Okay. People say, well, the Monforts who own the team don't care about winning. They just want to fill the ballpark and sell beer. Boy, that is so far from the truth, Bags. I mean, I know both of those guys very well. They're very competitive. They want to win as bad as anyone. It just they've had bad luck, and they've made bad decisions the last several years. The Chris Bryant signing has set this franchise back financially for years, and they still got to pay him for 3 more years after this. So at $27 million. So they're hamstrung there. But no, that's not the case. Is it a great ballpark to go watch a game? It is. It's absolutely that. One of the very best, and the weather for the most part in the summertime is great. The days are not hot like you would find in some Midwest teams. It's a great place to go. I don't do this every time, but I like to tell this story. I don't do this every game, but maybe once a homestand.
We've got about 45 seconds, brother.
I say go down the concourse, and everybody's having fun. Everybody's having fun in the concourse.
Yeah, that's right. No doubt about it. My favorite memory, real quick, is Matt Holliday sliding home. Yeah. Some people say missing home plate. But that play-in game, we were the upper deck of Coors Field, and we got to see it. So listen, Jerry, I really appreciate you. I'm a fan of yours, have been for a long time. We're brothers in Christ, and you just have led a very interesting and very impactful life. And I thank you for joining me here on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags.
Thank you, Bags. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend.
You bet. All right, that's it. We made it to 10 o'clock. You can tell when my voice starts going that it's 10 o'clock. Thanks for joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.